and lack of internet. Okay. Come on, sure.
I'll sit right here. There's no problem.
I know you're gonna get the resolution.
I'll talk loud
When I did before.
when I need it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, the Carter County Commission, regular session, Monday, July the 20th, 2020 at 6 p.m. We are meeting conducted electronically with a live public access for the protection of the health, the safety, the welfare, and the public on an ongoing basis because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And if you don't believe it's real, I just got an email that I asked for. We presently have 144 as of today in Carter County. We had 120 yesterday, so I'm trying to be very strict, maybe too strict with the rules, but I hope you can understand. I hope you appreciate that. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Willie Campbell,
Here.
Mark Levins,
Here.
Robert Acuff,
Present.
Nancy Brown,
Here.
Mike Hill,
Here.
Patty Wood,
Here.
Bradley Johnson,
Here.
Mark Tester,
Here.
Charles Von Cannon, Isaiah Grindstaff,
Here.
Gary Crockett, Austin James, Ross Garland,
Here.
Layla Ward,
Here.
Ginger Holdren, Randall Jenkins,
Here.
Gary Bailey, Travis Hill,
Here.
Sonia Fuller,
Present.
Ray Hines, Aaron Frazier,
Here.
Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Here.
Kelly Collins,
Here.
David Miller,
Here.
on Chris.
Madam Clerk, Ginger, you was older than answer me. I saw her picture.
The floor is open. Motion to approve the agenda as stated. Your motion, and please, name.
Okay, well, I'll say.
Clever made the motion to approve. Not all in favor.
Chairman, I didn't hear what you're saying right there. It's kind of coming in a
Yeah.
little bit.
Chairman Lyons, we can't hear you.
Move the microphone.
And then when you talk, you've got to talk to this. Let's try this again.
Test, can you hear me? Test. You can't hear me.
Still muffled.
Yeah.
Chairman Lyons, I think if everybody would mute their microphone if they're not talking, it would really help out.
You just wanted me to take that mask off. I know that. It's off.
That's better.
Can you hear me? I have
Loud
on
and clear.
the floor, Commissioner.
Yes. Yes.
Second, Commissioner Campbell, to approve the agenda. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell,
Here.
Mark Levins,
Yeah.
Robert Acuff,
Aye.
Nancy Brown,
Aye.
Mike Hill,
Aye.
Hattie Woodby,
Aye.
Bradley Johnson,
Aye.
Mark Tester,
Aye.
Charles Von Cannon,
Fred, aye.
Isaiah Grindstaff, Isaiah Grindstaff,
Here, I think.
Jerry Prophet, Austin James, Ross Scotland,
Here. Yes.
Layla Ward, Ginger Holdren,
Ms. Holder, are you here?
She was. a moment.
Her internet is down. She's trying to get logged back on.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Ms. Woodby.
Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Gary Bailey, Travis Hill,
Aye.
Sonja Color, Sonja Color,
Aye.
Ray Lyons,
Aye.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robin McKay,
Her picture's here.
Robin McCamey,
Aye.
Kelly Collins,
Yes.
David Miller.
Aye.
What are we gonna do about these? Isaiah Grindstaff,
Aye.
Prophet,
Aye.
Austin James, and Ginger Holdren.
Motion approved, the agenda stands approved.
Chairman Lyons,
Yes, ma'am.
if you don't mind, give it a little extra time when you ask for discussion because we have to unmute, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please stand. Willie Campbell's going to have our prayer.
Dear Heavenly Father, God, Lord, as we bow our heads again, Lord, and approach your throne of grace, God, thanking you for this day that you've given us. Lord, another chance to put our feet to the floor, Lord, and give you praise and honor. Lord, we do pray tonight, Lord, for those who are on the front lines of this virus, God, we pray, Lord, God, that you protect them. Lord, those that are sick in the nursing homes and hospitals, Lord, and each one, Lord, that's here tonight, God, that you have your anointing upon each one of them. Lord, we do pray for our sister in Christ, Diane's family, Lord. Pray, God, that they'll call upon the great comforter. Lord, tonight we do pray for Brother Lyons. Lord, we pray, God, that you keep touching him. Lord, there's so many out there today that's lost and undone without you. God, we pray, Lord, that they'll come to you before it's everlasting too late. God, we do pray for our president, Lord, and we pray for the leaders of our country. God, we pray tonight for this commission board, Lord, that we make the right decisions, Lord. God, that we call upon your wisdom and your knowledge, God. Lord, tonight we give you honor and praise and ask these things in your name. Amen.
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 We do the pledge.
No. Heather, number 5 on your agenda. Number 5 on the agenda is acceptance of the minutes for May and June meetings. I read in my notes where the May were deferred until this month. So I'm assuming that's why we're voting on both. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes for May and June?
problem with June. On page,
Let's hear the motion first, and we'll get into it.
Motion to approve.
Second.
That's you, Ms. Woodby.
Yes, Commissioner Woodby, motion to approve.
Nancy Brown, second.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Okay, discussion.
on page 495 of the June minutes. Item number 10, third line, friends of the shelter had sported the shelter. I suppose that is to be supported, but that's the only thing I see spelling wise.
Only correction that you see. Any other corrections to the minutes? Anything else on the minutes? Any further discussion on the minutes? If not, I'll entertain a motion to, oh, we already did that. Right? Call the roll, please.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Robert A. Cup,
Aye.
Nancy Brown,
Aye.
Mike Hill,
Aye.
Hattie Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Aye.
Yes.
Isaiah Grimes,
Aye.
Jerry Prophet. Jerry Prophet. Austin James,
Aye.
Ross Garland,
Aye.
Taylor Ward,
Aye.
Ginger Holdren, Randall Jenkins, Gary Bailey, Travis Hill,
Aye.
Randall Jenkins, Sandra Color,
Aye.
Ray Lyons, Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robin McKay,
Aye.
Kelly Collins,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Gary Bailey, Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Gary Bailey,
Aye.
All ayes, motion passed. Minute stands approved as presented with the correction of page 495 that Mr. Von Cannon pointed out. That correction needs to be made. If you look, the next agenda item is the approval of the notaries and bonds. Madam Clerk, read the name, please.
Richard L. Birchfield, Melissa D. Elsley, Ashley Grindstaff, Carrie G. Clark, Betty J. Ellis, and Roy E. Ellison.
Make a motion to accept. Nancy Brown.
Second, Commissioner Hill.
Any discussion on the notary? Any discussion at all? No discussion. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mark Blevins,
Aye.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Robert A. Cup,
Aye.
Nancy Brown,
Aye.
Mike Hill, Patty Woodby,
Aye.
Bradley Johnson,
Aye.
Mark Tester,
Aye.
Charles Von Cannon,
Aye.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Aye.
Jerry Prophet,
Aye.
Austin James, Ross Garland,
Aye.
Layla Ward, Ginger Holdren, Randall Jenkins,
Aye.
Gary Bailey, Travis Hill,
Aye.
Sandra Cup,
Aye.
Ray Lyons, Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robin McKinney,
Aye.
Kelly,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Mr. Ford, did you vote?
Taylor Ward,
Aye.
Thank you.
Ginger Holdren,
Aye.
Gary Bailey.
Aye. All ayes, motion approved. With no losers and bonds. Now we get to the resolutions. Item number 7, we have 6 resolutions. And I will turn that over to our attorney, Josh Harden.
All right, I'm going to try to talk loud, so hopefully everybody can hear me. I know you can hear me. The first resolution is in recognition and support of the Carter County Sheriff's Office, Elizabeth Police Department, and other law enforcement agencies serving Carter County. Received a copy in your packets. If anybody wants me to read the resolution, I will.
Your motion to approve the resolution.
Mark Blevins, motion to approve.
Mark Blevins, motion to approve. Here, second.
Nancy Brown, second.
Brown, second. Any discussion on the resolution? Any discussion on the resolution? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Mark Blevins,
Aye.
Robert A. Cook,
Aye.
Nancy Brown,
Aye.
Mike Hill,
Aye.
Addie Woodby,
Aye.
Bradley Johnson,
Aye.
Mark Tester,
Aye.
Charles Von Cannon.
Aye.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Aye.
Jerry Prophet,
Aye.
Austin James,
Aye.
Ross Garland,
Aye.
Taylor Ward,
Aye.
Ginger Holdren,
Aye.
Randall Jenkins,
Aye.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Sonja Culler,
Aye.
Ray Lyons, Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robin McKinney, Kelly Collins,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Robin McCamey,
Aye.
All motion passed on the resolution. Go ahead, Mr. Harden.
Okay, resolution B is recognizing the homelessness problem within Carter County and the local region and supporting the creation of a homelessness task force to work to find potential solutions. And obviously, this is a resolution which would lend our support to a task force that involves the county commission, the city council, and others in the community to work on this problem.
Your motion to approve. Floor is open.
Acuff, so moved.
Dr. Acuff,
Second, Mike Hill, District 2.
Mike Hill, second the motion. Any discussion on the resolution?
Chairman Lyons, only one additional couple of thoughts. This will be a joint resolution, as Attorney Harden indicated, between the county and the city. Mike Simmerly will be handling the resolution through the city council. I think they're going to do that at their next month meeting. For those of you that were on the call with Bert Rosen at the Knoxville Area Rescue Ministries a month or so ago, following that, Mike and I talked, and we would like to propose that Pastor Brandon Young of Harmony Baptist serve as chair of this committee, and that we provide with him names of nonprofits, other organizations within our county that could help look to see what kind of problem we have, make some suggestions on how we might approach it, and go forward from there.
Thank you, Dr. Acuff. Any other discussion? No more discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Mark Blevins,
Aye.
Robert A. Cook,
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Nancy Brown. Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Aye.
Bradley Johnson.
Aye.
Mark Tester.
Aye.
Charles Fontana.
Aye.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Aye.
Gary Prophet. Austin James.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Layla Ward.
Aye.
Ginger Holdren.
Aye.
Randall Jenkins.
Aye.
Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Sandra Culler.
Aye.
Ray Lyons. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
All ayes, motion passed. Go ahead, Attorney Harden.
Okay, resolution C is to provide financial assistance to be paid from Carter County tax revenue, to low-income elderly taxpayers, totally and permanently disabled homeowners, and disabled veterans, in addition to the tax relief already provided by the state of Tennessee. Essentially, this is the same resolution that's considered each year at budget time. The state pays certain taxes on behalf of categories of folks. This is the county's portion, which for the last several years has been $40. There are certain qualifications, and all this is handled through the trustee's office.
Motion to approve. Commissioner Hill.
Second,
Aaron
Nancy
Frazier.
Brown.
Aaron Frazier, motion, Mr. Brown, second. Discussion?
Discussion, is this a state mandate? Because it says that the county is authorized to appropriate funds on an annual basis, so this is going to be another line item. Is that a state mandate?
No, sir, it's not. It's
Not a
choice,
state mandate.
choice is made every year. It hasn't been decided.
Do you got any idea what this is going to cost?
It's $40 per qualifying person. I don't have the numbers on annually what that costs.
There is, in the budget, proposed budget, there's 64,500 budgeted for that program.
How much was spent last year, Director Burt?
Go ahead and call it, sir. Excuse me, call the roll. Willie Campbell. Oh, I'm sorry. Who?
Brad Johnson.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Johnson.
I just inquired with Director Burke if he readily there has the information of what was spent last fiscal year for that same thing to attach on to Commissioner Von Cannon's question.
Okay, in fiscal year 18-19, 60,000, and there was 64,500 budgeted this year, and I'm estimating a total of 63,500.
All right, thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Mark Ledford. Robert A. Cuff.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Aye.
Bradley Johnson.
Aye.
Mark Tester.
Aye.
Charles Fontana.
Aye.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Aye.
Jerry Prophet.
Aye.
Austin James.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Layla Ward.
Aye.
Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins.
Aye.
Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Sandra Culler.
Aye.
Ray Lyons.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Robin McCamey. Robin McCamey, Kelly Collins,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Motion passed. Go ahead, Attorney Hardin.
County Attorney or Chairman Lyons, could I request for this next one that appropriate the Butler Fire Department be able to speak?
Did you understand the question?
No.
I couldn't understand the question. Is that Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
What was the
I was
question?
hoping to let Butler Fire Department speak before this next one comes up.
Are your people here, Randall?
Yeah, they're on the call.
That's fine. Let's go ahead with it. I turn that over to Chairman Garland.
Yeah, I guess I didn't hear exactly what you said at the first of the meeting, but you know, if we want to go ahead and make the motion or whatever and have him in discussion or speak now, that's fine. I think Darwin, I think he is on here from Butler, so we can hear from him now. I'm okay with that.
That's fine with us, sir. That's fine with me.
Yeah, Chief, if you're on there, if you can hear us, I know you're just wanting to talk about the budget or what, you know, we talked about so far or what you heard. So,
Chairman Garland, is this the fire chief from Butler? Is that what we're understanding?
yes, sir, it is. It's Darwin. Darwin's his first name. I'm not sure of his last name.
Garver.
There we go. There's Mr. Garber right there. All right, sir. You've got the floor if you want to talk to us there for a minute, please.
Well, first thing, I'd like to clear up a little problem that you all said that we had, that somewhere came through the channels that we would not respond to a call in Carter County. That was incorrect. That came out of a dispatcher's mouth, not from anyone from the fire department. And the dispatcher has been reprimanded over saying that.
All right. Well, thank you for clarifying that, because that was brought up, and you know, it kind of did bring us to decisions we had made. But thanks for clarifying that, sir.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any questions you want to ask me?
We don't have any questions really, but I mean, if you know or not, we didn't decide to fund you guys, you know, anything this year in our proposed budget. Of course, that hasn't passed, and that's what we'll discuss with this resolution right here now. So right now, with the funding is zero. So we just I guess, so if you were aware of that or not. So just want to let you know.
Okay. Okay, well, that's what we wanted to know. I wish you would reconsider. Anything would help.
Yeah, I understand that, and of course we really weighed it out, not just outside agencies, but this whole budget and you know, critical times, and we looked at a whole lot of circumstances, it being in county, and that played into a, you know, a fact also about where we heard not responding to a call. So we hope that's not the case, and that has been clarified, and that there is mutual aid there, that where we would serve each other
Yes.
accordingly and at the appropriate times.
Yes, sir, they still are.
Yeah. Right now, where it stands, of course, the floor may open up here in a few minutes, and you know, that may change. It's possible. So,
Okay.
but thanks for being here anyway. And just,
I would just like to say that all the people that live out in the Piercetown area, there's several homes that has requested us to be their fire department because the closest fire department is not acceptable by their insurance company.
okay.
So we'll need to notify those folks that we're not their primary fire department.
Okay. All right. Well, just hang on here, and we'll see how it plays out. But currently, as it stands, that's where we are, is
Okay.
zero funding. So,
all right.
Is
Thank you for listening to me.
All right. Thanks for being on here.
Carlin,
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
proceed. Mr. Attorney.
Okay, I believe we're on resolution D, which is making appropriations to certain nonprofit, charitable, and civic organizations serving Carter County, Tennessee for fiscal year beginning July 1, 2020 and ending June 30, 2021. This is the annual, basically nonprofit appropriation resolution with just over $1 million allocated by this. Obviously, if there's any changes made to this, it's going to affect the overall budget resolution at the end and possibly the tax budget resolution, depending on what you all do. So there wasn't a great order to put these in because they all kind of play into each other. So just keep in mind any changes here will have to be adjusted as we go through the remainder of the resolution.
So your motion? Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion made by Commissioner Blevins.
Willie Campbell, second.
Commissioner Campbell, second. Floor is open for discussion. Got a motion and a second.
Hill from District 2.
Go ahead, Mr.
Can you hear me, guys?
Sir.
Do I have the floor, Chairman?
Yes, sir, you do.
District 2, Mike Hill. Okay, well, my connection's terrible. We need to work on that, by the way, in the county, in all the rural areas. I would like to say that this is a terrible time to cut any agencies that provide any sort of emergency or relief services. My only criticism of this budget the entire time has been, particularly for me, the $2,000 cut from Shepherd's Inn. I do think that some folks' property insurance is going to go sky high if the Butler Fire Department stops responding because of the distance from the closest fire hall in I guess Hampton. So, which brings me also to the seemingly random cuts to the Northeast Tennessee Regional Economic Partnership every year. I would gently suggest that if we're going to continue to cut these guys, you know, folks, you cannot damage your relationship any further than has been done over the past couple of years with what seems like random, arbitrarily decided cuts to the Regional Economic Partnership. I also have observed very little in the way of regional in nature proposals that have been fielded to these guys. So I'm really kind of wondering what benefit there is of membership if we continue to fail to understand the nature of regional, the definition of the term regional. I'd like to advocate for net rep, but if we aren't going to properly leverage that membership, I would gently suggest that we reapportion some of those funds that seem like they might be on the block anyway to the two organizations I just mentioned. And I appreciate the floor and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Other questions, discussion?
Mr. Chairman, there's one agency on the list that I don't think is registered as a nonprofit in the state of Tennessee. And it's very important they be registered because that gives you the budget and it tells you the wages earned by the executive director. And I've said before, and I'll say it again, you've got to check these nonprofits because the executive director should not make more than 12 to 15% of the budget. And one on here is out of kilter.
Would you care to speak
And,
to this one?
and we've gone too far now, but the budget committee needs to check these things. The one thing you've got to check is the budget of each of these nonprofits. If the executive director is making an exorbitant amount of money, or much more than 12 to 15%, then you shouldn't fund them fully. That's my statement, and I'll stick with it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Chris Schutler here.
Go ahead, Mr. Schuler.
I've got, on my bottom line on the next resolution for the planning commission, that, number is incorrect. Instead of $369,182.37, it should be $344,977.30. That gives you a number of $24,205.07 prior to working this out with the charitable nonprofits. Just thought you'd like to know that before you started voting. That was our last approved budget from the Planning Commission that was requested by the Budget Committee to go back and look at, but we couldn't represent it to you. That's coming before the full commission. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Other discussion?
Chairman, this is Travis Hill, 6th District.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hill.
To speak on Mike Hill's comment on the Shepherd's Inn, I believe his committee set up to take some money out of some court costs to give to those. That's why we cut that, because they were going to get more money than $2,000. Again, we set $20,000 aside on the economic development for the county. And then on Mr. Von Cannon's, I'm not, who exactly are you talking about, Mr. Von Cannon, that makes this top money?
Shepherd's Inn is the one I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you.
That you're a supporter of the Shepherd's Inn, but I'm saying that I'm a supporter of it, but I'm not a supporter of the executive director making more than he should be making.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the Shepherd's Inn goes to pay for rent. Is that correct, Mr. Hill?
If you've looked at the budget, you've looked at the budget, the budget committee looked at the budget as well.
I'm not sure who you're asking
You've got to look at the,
or what exactly.
I believe those were presented with the request from the outside agencies. That's one of the requirements. They submit their budget and financial statement.
have you seen the budget? What do you think?
It's been a long time ago.
Do you think that they registered with the state of Tennessee?
Some of them are.
Do you think that Shepherd's Inn is registered with the state of Tennessee?
I don't know.
The answer is no. However, that's been a bone of contention for years for some reason. They have not.
There's others on here too that have not.
They've not towed down and answered this business of registering with the state of Tennessee for whatever reason.
It's my understanding, Mr. Burke,
If I may,
it's my understanding that the two things they're required to do is what? Present last year's financial statements. And last year's audit if they have it.
Right. And if they don't have an audit, they have to submit their financial statement.
That's
Are you satisfied everything's all right?
Chairman,
excuse me.
Commissioner Hill, this
As far as you can see, everything is okay with that at one agency.
Mr. Von Cannon, let's let Mr. Hill speak.
The budget committee? Are you
Mr. Hill, go ahead, sir.
I'm trying, guys. Okay, so this has come up about the Shepherd's Inn previously with their they found an audit to be burdensome based on their relatively limited budget. It was determined that they fell into the same category as all the volunteer fire halls in the county, which instead of an audit, they were allowed to submit a copy of the 990s from their last year's tax return, along with a statement from the director or the fire chief in the case of the fire halls, explaining how exactly the grant from the county would be spent. In the case of the Shepherd's Inn, the $12,000 typical allocation was spent on 100% on the mortgage for the facility. That's $1,000 a month. So that was the proposal. None of that goes to any wages. None of that goes into any groceries, any medicines, any of the other things that they're able to provide on the shoestring that they operate on. This was basically keeping the facility mortgage paid. each year. And I was part of the committee that set up the Victims Assistance Fund, and 50% of that going to Shepherd's Inn. It's going to be that amount of money is going to change annually based on the amount of litigation that passes through the court system. That wasn't intended to be like a replacement for county allocation. That was hopefully going to go to some of the other shelter expenses, and they are many. And I don't have any way to share a letter from the director stating how the number of cases has increased dramatically this year, but they're feeling the stresses that most of our nonprofit relief agencies are feeling currently. And I understand that and appreciate that you guys worked hard on this budget. And the only reason for making comment was if there was any flexibility in this budget, those were the points of adjustment that I could see where some adjustment might be made. An agency that we're not properly leveraging, which is definitely deserving in the way of net rep. They actually gave some grants recently to 2 businesses in Roan Mountain from the Region Ahead program. They supported our recent TVA grant project promoting the recreational opportunities in Roan Mountain. They have been involved in Carter County. I think that we probably need to explore the definition of regional, because the reason some things get turned down is they're not enough in nature. It's not that they're not doing their job or anything like that. So I'll yield back, but I wanted to put the plug in for the Shepherd's Inn, and if there are any adjustments going to be made, I'd like to see that be one of them. Also, the folks in the Butler area, that is a serious concern if their casualty classification is going to increase dramatically as a result of Butler not continuing to respond to those calls. I yield back.
Other commissioners other than Mr. Von Cannon and Mr. Hill?
I'll speak, Chairman Lyons, and with support to the Shepherd's Inn, and we know it's a great cause, and what they do is fantastic. And Mr. Gabinet, he did present and said they exponential amounts of people coming in there due to this, the pandemic and things going on. What we looked at as a budget committee was we took the 2,000 away because of the additional clerk fees, I guess, or the court clerk fees that would be coming in, and we know that 1,200 or 12,000 goes to pay the mortgage payment basically. But if Mike, if it is any kind of shortfall, we would certainly never see that happen, that we couldn't finance the 12,000 totally. And I think we're just kind of see how that money was going to come in this year to see what those additional funds were going to be like. Is how we got to the 10,000 number.
I appreciate that, Chairman Garland, and I hope you understand I'm not being critical at all. Just gently suggesting that if there's any adjustment to be made, putting that seed in the ground right there.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Other comments?
This is David Miller from District 8, Mr. Chair. I only have one question. It may not be anything, but the Isaiah 117 is listed as a $5,000 donation. Then in another part of the budget, it looks like they're listed as child services with 3 other organizations for $24,000. Is that 2 different donations toward that organization or not?
Do you know the answer to that, Chairman Garland? Chairman Garland, could you comment on that?
Hey, I was muted there. I don't have that actually. Brad may be able to help you out there a little bit better. I'd have to look back into the paperwork here to see that.
The 24,000 is for the total of, are you talking about other local welfare services?
Yes.
Okay, that's 24,000. That's for the Children's Advocacy Center, Isaiah 117 House, ARM, and Pauper Bearers, for a total of 24,000.
Okay, does that mean that Isaiah 117 is getting an extra $6,000 on top of the 5,000 that's already previously listed?
Just the 5,000.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Chairman Lyons, can I speak, please?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Travis.
I would like to ask, I think Commissioner Blevins made the motion, if he would offer a friendly amendment to offer to give Butler $3,000.
You accept the motion, Mr. Blevins, $3,000 for Butler? Okay, $3,000.
Yeah.
What about the second was, Mr. Campbell, was you?
Yes.
Mr. Campbell?
Yes.
Any other discussion? So we have a motion that includes $3,000 additional dollars to the Butler Fire Department.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so would I, if this passes, would I add this $3,000 top line volunteer fire department and not put a separate one for Butler?
No, it would be said.
So a separate one just for Butler. Okay.
Does that work out okay? Madam, go ahead. I'm sorry. That was the question.
What would that be to, what would that do to the total? Just add 3,000 to the total of the nonprofits?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Other questions? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Mark Blevins, Robert A. Cook,
Aye.
Nancy Brown,
Aye.
Mike Hill,
Aye.
Patty Wood,
Aye.
Bradley Johnson,
No.
no,
No.
Mark Tester,
Aye.
Charles Von Cannon,
Mr. Von Cannon?
I'm listening.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
No.
Gary Prophet,
Aye.
Austin James,
Aye.
Ross Garland,
Aye.
Layla Ward,
Aye.
Ginger Holdren,
Aye.
Randall Jenkins,
Aye.
Gary Bailey,
No.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Sonia Cutter,
Aye.
Ray Lyons, Aaron Frazier,
No.
Robin McCamey,
Aye.
Kelly Collins,
No.
no,
No.
David Miller,
Aye.
No.
five, 19 yeses.
19 yes, 5 no, motion passed. Go ahead.
Okay, resolution E is making appropriations to the streets funds department and offices, agencies, Carter County, the fiscal year beginning July 2020. This is the budget resolution, which makes appropriations to all the offices.
I make a motion to approve.
Dane? Who made the motion?
Mr. Garland. Ross Garland.
Carla made the motion. For a second,
Second, Commissioner Woodby.
Mr. Woodby made the second. Discussion. Discussion on the resolution.
Chairman, could I speak?
Yes, sir.
This may not be a popular decision, but I'm going to make the make the debate for it here. Since we weren't allowed to use that at the time, could we use the governor's money? We may be interested in using the governor's money to balance the budget and save TCRs for next year to fall back on.
What was his question? I couldn't understand what he was saying. Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, I think I'm getting some background feed off somebody.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since at the time we did the budget, we couldn't use the governor's money for balancing the budget, but the restrictions have been lifted, and we basically funded TCRS at a minimum amount this year to balance the budget. Would this body be willing to balance the budget using the governor's money and fully funding TCRS, which would give us money to fall back on next year as a safety net?
Okay, that would be for the general fund, highway fund, and solid waste sanitation fund.
Correct.
Other comment?
This is Aaron Frazier. Travis, how would that affect the schools?
I believe I've talked to Brad Burke, and I believe we would have to we'd have to send our budget back for the paraprofessional portion. Is that correct, Brad?
That would affect the general purpose school fund, food service fund, and Head Start fund. If you chose to use the state grant funds instead of the savings lower PRS rate.
Other discussion on that?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
Isaiah Grindstaff. I know that at one point we talked about we'd have to go back and recalculate all those numbers for TCRS for, like Brad was saying, the different funds that we have. Is what would that amount be versus the 1.175 that we have in those governor funds? My concern is, if we overspend those monies, what would happen in the event that we have to make up that difference to put that money back?
Say that again.
So, pending the recalculation of those funds for those TCRS, because we would have to, if I understand correctly, we would take that 1.175 million that's coming in. We would then use it in the budget to actually take the part of those TCRS funds that we're going to pay up to the 14 amount or the 14% amount, correct? And then set that 14% amount to the side so that we have those additional funds. So what is the amount of those funds versus the amount of funds that will be needed versus the 1.175 which we're getting?
Hang on a second. Okay, for the county, it would be a total of $1,034,977, which consists of $129,922 for the highway fund, $36,761 for solid waste, $868,293 for the general fund.
So that's the amount of money that we would have to offset, basically, correct?
Correct.
And that's not including the schools portion in those figures, right?
School portion is not included in that figure.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to speak on behalf of the Budget Committee and the time that we put into this. I know it is a good proposal that Mr. Hill's talking about, and it's been talked about before. and we even had some discussion on, raising that instead of the 3.9 to, 5 or 6 or something. But, and I've got, confidence in Mr. Burke, and, time and time again, I've asked him how he felt about the, upcoming year and any increases. And he was comfortable with his decision and didn't really see those numbers, taking a huge jump to where we'd be in a position next year to not be able to fund that. And speaking with him also on revenues that are being collected at this time from, the previous months when the COVID just started to, appear and really, I guess kind of scare everybody into maybe not spending money or whatever. But to my knowledge and what he's reported to me, that those numbers are actually some of the highest figures that he's had in the entire year. So, and I feel like, I know, it could change moving forward, but that trend of, April being a bad month, May being a bad month too, about people spending, that those were, May, I think he told me today, was the highest month that they had except December, for, sales revenue. So, and I know, we worked hard on this budget, and of course this is an opportunity that's available, but I feel confident that we can move forward with this as it stands now. But I understand the proposal by Mr. Hill.
The revenues, like Ross said, the revenues have come in very well this year, maybe more than exceeded estimates. And like he said, May collections in the county, which came in this month, were second highest of the year. The total sales tax collections for the year are around 15% or so over last year. They have not decreased, they've increased.
Chairman, if I might, Commissioner Hill from District 2.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
Yeah, your sales and use taxes are going to trend higher. The stimulus money was largely invested in durable goods. That's pretty much every household in the county, along with the fact that the home improvement warehouses and the grocery stores have literally been on fire, what with all the toilet paper hoarding and such. Retail sales will continue to come in, according to the folks at CNBC. They're going to come in pretty strong, going on.
Chairman Lyons, if I may speak, Ginger Holdren from District 5. I spent a lot of time today tracking down some facts and getting advice from the State Department and others. One of the things that I did was call some local businesses and ask them for their numbers, because I saw in our budget that we only decreased sales tax by 7% in our forecasting. So I reached out to a retailer, and she was a district manager, so she definitely had the facts and figures for me. She said their sales dollars are down 40%. Their profit margin is in the negative currently. She said that June's numbers give false hope. She said that since the third week of June through today, they are down even more than they were in March. I also spoke with a service industry. That service industry told me out of 500 clients, 30% of them are choosing not to have that service at this time. So that one is down 30%. We have to look at the businesses that have already closed over these past few months, and more that are temporarily closed at this time, but may have to make the decision to permanently close. I do agree that Lowe's, Walmart, and grocery stores have been extremely busy. I've even talked to the people at Lowe's. They tell me that their sales are approximately double. So, I'm glad to hear things like that. I'm glad to hear the optimism, and I hope the optimists are 100% correct. But based on the research that I did today, I I have to question that we are not going to lose more than 7% in sales tax revenue.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions? Discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Mr. Von.
this question is for Mr. Burke, Budget Committee Chairman. It looks as though, from best I can tell, that you've moved some $300,000 from debt service to the general fund
Yes.
in order to keep the tax rate at 242 or 247. Now, that's okay for this year, but that's not okay for next year. It's not okay for the year after that. Do you agree with me that, well, I know why you moved it to general fund, because the 3% that you have to keep based on expenditure last year, you probably moved it to make sure that the general fund was in state compliance. Is that the reason you moved it?
I'm not sure where
You moved
the
from debt service, $300,000 to the general fund. Why?
because that's what the budget committee voted to do.
Mr. Von Cannon, those pennies were not allocated. We moved the pennies that weren't allocated anything from debt service to the general fund. We paid off the loan early and left excess money sitting out there. It's not any money coming out of debt service unassigned fund balance.
You didn't. Well, was that a good reason?
I mean, it doesn't need to be in there if we don't have to pay for anything above the jail. That's the only debt that we have now. So, I mean, that's why we chose as a committee to take it out of there.
I wouldn't have thought it when you moved it.
Montana. Let the chairman.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Chairman Garland.
Yeah, I was saying that the reason we moved that out of there was because the only debt that we owe is on the jail, and there was no reason to keep those, I guess, the 3 cents in there to cover that, because it was basically not doing any good there. So that's why we contributed to the general fund to help out on that side. But I mean, and if looking forward, I mean, that number is going to go down on debt service side anyway until we pick up any additional debt. So we felt that it was an okay time to appropriate that and move it over.
There were several things that come into play when the general fund was actually balanced. It was balanced, and then the surplus actually grew some through different changes in it. As far as the budget goes, this appropriation resolution, you know, in my opinion, instead of sending it back to the budget committee, go ahead and cut the budget, the bottom line. I mean, why delay it? That's my opinion. That's my take on it. You can take it for what it's worth.
In the case of the education department, they have to stay within, in budget, they have to stay within 3% plus or minus of the operating expense last year.
Fund balance.
And they met it. Does this apply also to the highway department, to the sheriff's department?
The highway department does not have a minimum required fund balance.
Well, does the state require a certain set amount in a budget, in a departmental budget?
School department.
For the school budget?
General
Only.
school fund.
Only, not the general fund.
It's local.
Not the general fund, not the fund balance.
No, the county funds.
Not the fund balance?
No, it's a local policy.
Are you sure that the fund balance isn't also privy to the 3% past expenses last year?
Operating expenditures of the general purpose school fund, 3% of that has to be, a minimum of 3% of that has to be in the fund balance of the general purpose school fund. The county requires a minimum unassigned fund balance of
The only other loose end, Mr. Chairman, is in the sheriff's department that I saw concerning the SROs. And that's an unknown apparently at this time.
They've come to an agreement since then.
But they will be funded, won't be funded, what's the situation on that?
They have come to an agreement on the MOU. It's about the same as it was last year, or this year, 1920. I don't remember the exact amount, but it's over 300,000. But the schools is paying the county.
Of course, the plans are to go to a full classroom situation with some online work. But would you need SROs there 35, 40 hours a week?
I have no idea.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Your question. The SROs were funded 100%, all 16 of them.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. I'll entertain a motion to approve this resolution.
Mr.
I
Chairman,
made
Brad
that
Johnson.
motion.
We already have a motion.
We do.
We do have a motion.
We're in discussion. Mr. Chairman, Brad Johnson.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson. You got a question?
Yes, that and a statement to follow, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, sir.
This has concern, of course, the motion is already in fact in a second.
Yes, sir.
I'm speaking under the hat of the chair of the financial management. We were in special session Saturday morning to review the applications for the position of our present finance director, Mr. Burke. He gave us a resignation for the duration up to September 11. And since that time, we have negotiated and spoke with him to where he has reconsidered his period to last till the end of the year. But here's the biggest problem with it. The committee, as a unanimous vote, I asked fellow commissioners to turn down this initial motion to where we may be able to come in and modify or to add to an amount under the budget of the account in budgeting. One of the biggest problems of why we have this resignation here is the fact that it's not that he has a job somewhere else. This gentleman has been working every Saturday and every Sunday since he took his office, and he's worn out. And see, he's salaried. Second thing is, we are totally understaffed in the director's office. We have recognized, we have looked, we have analyzed, we have made calls to the counties that are 5 counties in Populus below us and the 5 counties in Populus above us to see from either their mayors or their finance director, depending on which one of the acts that they are under. We as Carter County, in the middle of both of them, 5 above and 5 below, are below all of them. We are in deficit of 3 employees in our finance department. We are getting loaded up and it's working one man to death, and we need other specialists. If this was vote down, I would come in with proposal or a recommendation or a motion for a position to be funded in the HR for the total county, including this Hamilton School Board, and the other one would be for an accountant that go into that department.
Is that what Travis put out?
The main thing is too, you've got to remember, the biggest majority of our commissioners, you have to realize that our finance director is in every department, including the schools. That's over $70 million in value or money it goes through. And by the time he gets done with all the meetings and everything required by us commissioners, by our department heads, all the grants that come in, he has no time, and neither does his staff, to where they can keep caught up. And Mr. Burke, if you would like to address further with that, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Yes, I do have a few things to say about that. When I took this job, I knew the things because I was the auditor on the other side. I knew the county was in a mess. All you have to do is look at the audit report, and that'll be obvious to you. Like Mr. Johnson said, I have been working 6, 7 days a week, and I'm not gonna do that anymore. You know, I'm paid a good salary, yeah, but I'm not paid a good salary for skills. There's no job worth that. There's no job worth neglecting my family and my relationship with my Lord and Savior. And I'm not gonna do it anymore. And I know there will be some against you, simply for the fact that it's the finance department. That's sad. You know, let's look out for the good of the county as a whole, instead of our favorites. You know, that's what we're here for. That's what I want to do, is serve the citizens of Carter County. Give them what they pay for. It is not possible for the finance department to do that, the way it currently stands. Like it or not, that's the way it is. If you don't believe it, come follow us around for a few days, and you'll see for yourself. You know, and I'm tired of bashing of the finance department. The cuts, the negativity, the criticism, the gossip. If you had to deal with some of these departments, you'd know what it's like. And it ain't pleasant most of the time. I'm gonna tell my commissioner, because I have to follow the policies. Y'all approve the policy and procedures, and we are bound to ensure they're followed, like it or not. You know, if you fund 2 more positions, I'll stay. Otherwise, I'm going. I'm good either way. It's up to you. Bob, it is your court. I want to finish the job that I started. There's a long way to go. We've come a long way. And ask yourself, why is there so much position? This should be a career position. Why is everybody leaving 2, 3 years? They're gone. The way it currently stands, it is a no-win situation. And I'm not playing that game no more. I'm over it.
Mr. Chairman, may I further comment?
Yes, you may.
All right. I'd like to say to all you commissioners, it's unbelievable. If you would come and spend time, or if you had time to go through the records, you'll find of all the eras from the previous financial directors that we have had that were caught by Mr. Burke. Now, you know his background. He's been an auditor for the state of Tennessee for all these years and knows all the numbers. He has saved us a great deal of trouble, works extremely great with all of our department heads. They work one-on-one with each other. The whole staff. It's just, you know, there's sometimes when you get overburdened and overworked, your temperament flies. And you know, it tickles me to death to see him get mad for a change. I've never seen it, or disgruntled, you might say. But he has it's not a holding you captive neither. If he leaves this place, let me give you an example. We received 38 applications for the position of financial director. Yesterday evening, I finished doing my first chop and review of all 38 for his position. In my opinion, and of having prior experience of evaluating for this position, they may be one out of that 38 that might even qualify to take the trash can out. Even under our requirements, it requires a master's in accounting. Well, in these applications are a person that just got their master's degree in accountancy that works for Burger King. The other one is from McDonald's. They met the qualifications, but look what we have to do on a daily basis and for this county. And remember, that position serves every department in this county. So that's why that I've been asked by our committee and voted unanimously to ask you to please vote this down before we can come in with another motion to where we can add these 2 positions, and I will place a dollar amount on it and where it's from that point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Let me ask Chairman Garland if I could, please.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Garland?
Yes.
Could we not go ahead and approve this and then let them come back with a proposal on what to do in the finance department. You're talking about 3 positions, or 2 positions plus Mr. Burke. That takes a lot of work for them to do that.
Yeah, I guess we could. My question is, I mean, are there going to be more changes that people are wanting to make, more cuts to the whole, general fund and highway and everything? That's my question.
What kind of cuts, Mr. Garland?
Sir?
What cuts are you referring to as far as?
I'm not suggesting any myself.
No,
but
I understand. I'm not rebutting you. I just didn't understand your statement. The only thing.
Chairman Garland?
Sir?
Do we not need to go ahead and set the planning budget before we adopt this budget?
It's in there. Of course, I haven't even seen that budget since we last spoke of it last time. I have seen nothing from that. And don't know where it stands, to be honest with you. I know Chris mentioned it earlier, but yeah, I mean, it's got to be passed, and it's a full commission vote to this point, yes or no.
Right, Chairman Garland, may I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Would it be better suited to go for a budget amendment after we accept the budget tonight than it would be to go in and alter this now before approval?
I mean, that's a good question. I know, as Brad mentioned just a few minutes ago, I think he'd rather hash this thing out tonight instead of prolong it for another month. But, and I understand the request if it needs that time to look into it, and if that's what you decide to do. I mean, I'm okay with that. I don't know how Brad feels about having to wait another month to, work on, an incomplete budget.
It just about has to come tonight, and for the basic reason is this also, the clock is ticking.
Mm-hmm.
His original resignation comes at 11 September, and you can look what today's date is. We still have to meet on a minimum of 3 more sessions, do the evaluations, doing the interviews, and all for somebody to take his position. And we're not going to be able to do that if the decision is not made, I'm going to say this month, because we're going to be behind. So that means that we're going to have to be operating without a finance director. And the way things are looking, I don't know where they're going to come from.
Yeah, well, and like you say, who's going to, if Mr. Burks happened to move on, who wants to step right into finalizing the county budget, their first day on the job also. But
yeah, just to find somebody qualified to read the budget. That was the biggest problem we're running into.
Right.
We're just not getting the qualified, anybody's qualified, even Heights is qualified for what we existingly have, but it's a very critical and crucial thing for our county services, period.
Mm-hmm. I understand. I think, if we can get this thing through tonight, however long that takes, I think a budget amendment might be more appropriate in, the next month.
Well, that's 30 days of ticking. That means August, he'll have 30 days. It'll take us longer than that because we wanted, our objective was to have if it comes about, we had a successful turnover from, if Mr. Burke leaves, a turnover to the new selected. Because if we don't, we got one coming in here, it's going to be lost like hogs in high weeds.
Mr. Blevins?
Brad, now what were you asking? You asked for a motion. What kind of motion are you asking for?
I can't hear him that well.
What were you asking us exactly? What do you want us to vote on here?
Well, there is, as the chairman will say, there is a motion and a second, and you have to abide by that. My request is that we vote opposed it, not because it's a motion that you had or anybody else, but to vote opposed it to where we can come back with another motion to include this item as to adding of 2 additional employees for the finance department. Yeah.
So, Brad, are you saying, I mean, you want to put that in this budget and make it a separate motion?
Well, you can, but see, it's not, I don't think it would come on what you call a friendly motion.
Right. I see. But I mean, you want to try to pass this to have those new positions tonight. That's what you.
along with all the rest of the budget if we can.
Okay.
Whichever
Chairman
one.
Lyons? Chairman Lyons?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Bell.
Sandra Kohler, 7th District. There are other departments that are underfunded, Mr. Johnson. I work with two particular, they're very underfunded as far as employees. So that's not the only department that needs 2 or 3 employees. So I would like to have a list of all the duties so we can determine how much is being done and what's not being done.
It's in the financial policies and procedures that you approve.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
I work with 2 departments that are very much underfunded as far as their employees. They need people. And they work 7 days a week.
I consider getting a trustee like you recommended, jail trustee like you recommended, but I thought better against it.
Well, let me speak there. Sanjay, I think you're probably talking animal shelter and the landfill, correct?
Good Lord.
Well, I mean,
He is a good Lord, Mr. Johnson, and yes, Chairman Garland, that's exactly who I'm speaking of.
Yes. Well, I mean, in the proposed budget, we are giving each one of those one new employee in this new budget. I would say that.
Chairman Lyons.
Go ahead. That was it.
Can I remind everybody that what we got to look at is our finance department is basically running 2 different places. They're running the schools and they're running the county government. If you look at the city, you have a city finance department and you have a finance department for the city schools. You've got Brad as one finance director for 2 people, for 2 sets of people. You know, I 100% stand behind Brad and the finance department. I work for the finance department and we're always overlooked because we're behind the scenes. Nobody sees us out in the field. Nobody sees us. We're behind the scenes making everything work here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, Isaiah Grindstaff.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, one point of clarification, if I may. I think the last motion was actually a friendly amendment by Travis Hill to do the TCRS funding. I think we're still stuck on that motion. Is that correct?
Isaiah, I didn't really make a friendly amendment. I was just throwing out there as a suggestion to discuss to see if anybody would be interested in doing that, but it was not a friendly amendment.
Okay, I thought that I'd heard them accept it as a friendly amendment, so I just want to clarify, but if that's the case, that's fine. The other thing I will say is, you know, I agree. I've kind of been around county government for different various ways now. I guess we're going on 6 to 9 years. And one thing that we've always had to do, whether it be the schools or whether it be the county itself, is rely on the finance department to do the budgeting, to do daily expenditures and purchase orders, to do, it's human resources, but it's human resource at the county level that they have to take care of. And then for the different offices, which rely on them. The sheriff's office, they have a human resource person now that helps answer questions and helps direct people, and they're kind of responsible here, but that person still has to rely on the finance office for those other aspects. The schools is the same way. They have an individual that kind of tries to help and do human resources, but ultimately they still rely on the finance department to take care of those issues. Whether that be, I believe, the billing and some different things there that I think could change. But, you know, I understand Mr. Burks, and it's not just Brad. If you look at the last several finance directors that we've had, Ingrid, Krista, now Brad, they're all trying to tell you something. They've been trying to tell us for over 6 years that what we're doing is not working. And what we're doing is getting rid of basically good finance directors and pushing them out the door because we criticize them. We criticize them on the budget. You know, the budget committee is there for a reason. We help do the budget, help create it, bring it up. And we rely a lot on the finance director to be able to do that. But then we turn right around and criticize the finance director and the job that they're doing when, you know, I know for a fact budget committee packets, I've received them on Sundays, Sunday afternoon, Sunday morning, because Brad's been working on all the budget amendments and making sure that all the lines are clean. The amount of work that Brad has put into it over the last, you know, several years right here is just outstanding. And we don't see that as county commissioners. the different offices, they're the ones that see that and can speak to that more than what we could ever do. So, you know, I support this for Brad. I think that this would be a step in the right direction. We talked about it whenever we started talking about the insurance. You know, we're adding additional stuff to them. Our insurance broker has taken on a lot of several responsibilities, but ultimately our finance director is still responsible for paying those bills and making sure that everything gets taken care of. And the brokers are happy and the insurance company's happy and people register for insurance. And, you know, those are things that people have to consider. And I think that I think that the finance office is completely underfunded. I know that we have several other offices that are underfunded as well. And in this budget, I'm tried my best to help a couple of the ones that have been brought up and mentioned right here. But I think that we could maybe take this time to help the finance office out and try to keep a great finance director that we've had, somebody that's actually working with us, is working for us to make this budget cleaner, more efficient, and actually is in the end saving us thousands, if not millions of dollars.
Thank you, Commissioner Grindstaff. What I'm trying to figure out as your chair is, can we do it with this, or do we need this plus another motion to deal with Commissioner Johnson's proposal? So I'm trying to figure out what to do here with what we have. Right. We have a motion on the floor. We have a second. But then this discussion, which I agree with everything that Commissioner Grindstaff just said.
Yeah.
But how do we? I guess I'm going to try to find out the mechanism and how we get there. Is it 2 votes, or is it still hashing this for a while?
You can do a budget amendment after this appropriation.
That's what I thought. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
this is Gary from 6th District. I would like to back up Travis Hill, and if he's not going to make that amendment, I would like that we use that money to fund back to TCRS, and because I am really worried about the schools are starting back. We've got 600 and some families that are saying they are not going back, they're going online, and it's just the unknown. I mean, right now, I think it's time to save our money. It's not the fact that it's kicking the can down the road, but in theory, it is, because it gives us a chance almost a year to look at this. And if the revenue comes in, we're safe. If it doesn't come in, we're safe. If we just leave it the way it is, we have nothing to fall back on. So I'm going to support Travis and Ginger on this. And I am going to make that basically as a friendly amendment to that budget, if anybody will accept it. Thank you.
The motion was made by Commissioner Blevins, second by Commissioner Campbell.
Withdraw that.
Did you withdraw the motion?
He did.
Did you withdraw this motion?
I think I made the motion to accept these funds right here, Mr. Lyons.
Yeah, 2 on the floor at one time. We have to
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Garland, Commissioner Woodby.
Yeah.
You all accept the friendly amendment?
Well, I mean, accepting the friendly amendment that's not even accepting the budget that we've proposed. It's totally different.
I know.
But what is, it's funny to me that everybody is in support of Mr. Burke and his decisions, but this was basically his decision to make, and he's been confident in it the whole time, and now we're looking to make a total change, which we've spent countless hours on before. But is there a 6, 7, 8% number we can find, or are we just looking to use all that 1.2 and just go ahead and put it out there? If I could possibly accept an amendment, but I don't feel comfortable 100% with using all of it.
Mr.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm for putting all of it in it. That's my suggestion.
Mr. Chair, Isaiah again, I just want to chime in on the number. If the number that Brad gave me, if I understand correctly, it's $1.34 million is the total cost that we would have to offset. We've only got $1.175 million of funds. So we're going to have to come to an agreement somewhere that we either front the funds out of fund balance to cover the remainder, or we not do the full 14.9 or the 14.995% that the original TCRS numbers were.
Chairman Lyons, may I speak again, please? Ginger Holdren, District 5. I spoke with Justin Ball from the TCRS office today. He's our local representative. And the numbers are this. The minimum we were required to put into TCRS this past year was 5.94. We elected to put in a percentage of 14.94, which is a 9% increase. The number for next year is 3.89% of our employees' salaries. We could reduce the percentage from 14.94 to 12.89. That would give us just a little bit of a savings there, but we'd still be putting in an extra 9% like we did this past year. But we wouldn't be up at 14.94 if you all follow me. In my conversations with him, I also learned that those numbers are set by an actuary on June the 30th of each year. They're based on the number of employees we have, their ages, their salaries. So whenever they set the 3.89, it was actually based on June the 3rd of 19. So he said that we actually could be okay next June the 3rd when it's budget time again, but he said we might really see what this downturn in the market is causing 2 years from now. So he was saying we needed to be really careful as we study this, that the numbers are probably going to go down for us in revenue this next year, because of the downturn of the market where the TCRS funds are invested. But it may be even worse the following year after that. So I have to agree with Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Bailey. I just think the times are too uncertain for us to use TCRS money that we would typically put in these times. I think we're better off to be frugal, to be safe, to not hit our taxpayers next year with a large increase. I mean, hopefully we wouldn't have to hit them with one at all. But my fear is that not only might there have to come a tax increase, but it may need to be a large one based on how soon we get through this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Lyons, I'm sorry. This smart tester.
Okay, Commissioner Tester, go ahead, please. Go ahead, sir.
You know, using that $1.1 million when the budget committee was going through all its process, at that time was not an option. And I think everybody needs to realize that that was not an option when we first started. Well, we get to the end and we find out it is available. And I would just like to really know what is the downside, if there is one, of saving those and protecting those funds and use them in the manner they are that Mr. Hill has proposed, and being safe about this whole thing. And that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Chairman Lyons,
Yes.
I would just like to say I support Commissioner Holdren and Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Bailey in this plan. It is a safe move. We are in unprecedented times and nobody knows what's going to happen. I feel like the county commission should treat these accounts like their own personal bank accounts. You're not going to go out and spend thousands of dollars if you've got a spouse who's lost their job. You're going to be on the safe side and cut back on the spending till you can foresee what's going to happen. You're definitely not going to spend money on projects that you don't even have the money in hand to spend at this point. I think that we need to err on the side of caution. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't see that that could be a downside at all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman Lyons,
Yes, sir.
Austin James, 6th District. I would just like to speak a little bit to this. You know, we are running into some different times, and I'm afraid it's going to get a little rough before it gets better. You know, we have fortunately been blessed that we've always been a pretty conservative county, and we're not stressing as much as some other counties. But I think if we don't watch what we do, we're going to be in the same predicament as other places. You know, with this budget that's being proposed, with what's money, if I understand from Brad, that's coming from TCRS, it's a little over $1 million. So, you know, that's going to be required next year that we're going to have to fund also, because this is it's a budgetary expense. So we are already setting ourselves up for next year to be off by a little over $1 million by taking this money out of TCRS from the previous budget. I just have a hard time with spending the money and us not knowing exactly where we're going, you know, and I feel that it's not nothing that we don't need to do the project, and there's not other places that we can't seek the funds from, you know, especially with the talks of refinancing the jails and saving that kind of revenue. I think the money will be out there, but I think our best case, until we can get all of our ducks in a line, we might ought to be a little more cautious with what we're doing. You know, I just don't know how our taxpayers would be able to handle the increase during this time if we don't put forth the effort to make sure we conserve their money. That's all.
Okay, sir, thank you.
I just want to clarify one thing, and using those funds is a very reasonable option. I mean, the county is forced to have more than one option. You know, the county's back is not against the wall, so to speak. And as far as the PCRS going up for next year, it would have to go up to the required minimum, would have to go up to 14.94% for that $1 million to be have to be made up next year. Just wanted to clarify that.
Anyone else? Any other commissioners want to speak?
Aaron Frazier, 7th District.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Mr. Frazier, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, whenever we were going through all this, just to reiterate, these funds were not available for us as an option. I think if they were, there may have been some other changes that would have been made in the budget overall. And I'm all for getting Brad more help. Brad has always been remarkably helpful anytime that I've had a question or needed something. He responds almost instantaneously, and I don't know how he does that. But if his office, if he is coming to us and saying that he needs more help, wish he'd have said it a little sooner, but if he's coming to us and saying he needs more help, then that's something that we do need to look at. And I would prefer it to be as a budget amendment. That way we don't have to hold off for an entire another month trying to get the rest of the budget fit and set. But I am okay with adding this in some percentage back to the TCRS, because I would rather be ready now than get bit later. And I'm not saying we're going to get bit, because it would have to go up to like 14% like Brad said, but if it has to go up several percentage points next year and then several more percentage points the year after that, I would rather be able to do that over a 2-year period than have to eat it all in 1 year.
Mr. Bailey?
Yes, then I will agree with that, then with Ms. Holder and them, but I would like to see a 9 or 10%. Is Brad, does he think that would be okay? I mean, maybe not go back to 14, but at least put us around the 9 or 10% mark.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with 9 or 10% as well.
That would definitely work. Because we know we're funding still. Just continue to build up those excess funds with the state.
Okay, then 9%, how much would that be putting it over? I just don't want to be in the hole next year if this does go bad. I think if we are safe and we come out, that we could be able to pull from next year. It's just the simple fact of not knowing. And I just have a problem with it at under 4, because we all know that everybody says it's going to go up at least maybe to 6 or 7. So, I mean, with 1 or 2% over, what is your recommendation? 7%? Maybe 8?
6% would be, total cost would be 702, which would be, $160,000 less than taking the 3.89%. 7% would be you want me to calculate 9? You want me to calculate 9%?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's fine.
The total cost on that, not the savings, the cost would be $1,053,739.
Okay, then if anybody would take it, then my friendly amendment would be then Ginger was asked for 9, you said 7, I'm gonna put it on the table for 8.
I'll accept that. And I'm just getting along with everybody. I'm not trying to be a bad guy here. I know we put in a lot of work, but I'm just in it for the good of the citizens of Carter County. So, and everybody's spoken, and it sounds like that is kind of the majority. So I'll go with that, Gary, if we can use that 8% number to fund TCRS and use the available funds from the state grant.
Ms. Woodby,
Chairman, if I might.
I will say Ms. Woodby would accept that as well.
Hey, on that, before I go, we give 2,000 more to Shepherd's Inn. Give them the 12 as original. Well, is that going to be possible since we already passed it? I guess. Nope. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, Mike.
I would like to make a point, Chairman. Commissioner Hill, Road Mountain District 2.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Well, I've been sitting here watching this unfold, and you guys have had nothing but praise for Mr. Burke and his solid numbers that he's presented here in this budget tonight. However, now I see what looks to be an auction, and we're presenting, what would 9% cost? Well, how about 10? Well, why not the original number in the budget that was presented to us, or fail the budget and send it back for rework and bring her back next month? I don't know why we do this every
year.
Mr. Chairman, Isaiah Grunstaff, just a quick question.
I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
I understand why everybody's wanting to do this, and I get it. My question, I guess, now is going to be more of, this is kind of the way that everybody wants to go with this 8%. Is that we're going to pay the 3% number to the state of Tennessee, and we're going to hold the 5%, 4% that's left in reserves. It stays into the general fund at the end of the year, or are we going to pay the entire 8% to the state of Tennessee for the TCRS services that we have been doing in the past, which is a large difference in those funds?
That's my understanding, Isaiah, is to pay the 8%. To make up that difference with 8% of what that number is, the almost 1.1 million, and to use those funds to pay for that, use the state funds.
So we're going to give the state of Tennessee 5% more money than what they're asking for.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. To get that 8% number.
Now, listen, I understand wanting to set monies aside. I guess is the right way to do it, and reserve those monies in case something happens. Put those monies in the fund balance, to put them into a special revenue account or a restricted revenue account in case something happens. I understand. I cannot understand why, for the life of me, for the last 6 years, we've been 95% state of Tennessee. They've only been asking us to pay for like 2 or 3%, and now all of a sudden we're going to send them 8% down there when they're only asking for 3%. When it really doesn't benefit us to pay more than the minimum. Those monies, at the very least, we should be keeping here in the event that we have an issue to save those. If whatever, if whatever happens, if we have an economic downturn, if we have an event that occurs where we need those monies, catastrophe, a flood, but we're just going to send them back to the state of Tennessee. So if that's the case, let's just give them the 1.175 back and not spend it at all.
Chairman, this is Travis, District 6.
Go ahead, sir.
I would have to disagree with Mr. Grindstaff, because basically right now, if we take all this TCRS money, we're going to roll about $330,000 in fund balance, if I remember correctly. So basically, we are saving money. With the governor's money, we can't set that money aside. We have to spend that money. So basically, you're building up, you're overfunding the TCRS above what the minimum amount we have to do is. So basically, we're setting ourselves up with a little savings account for next year. If it does raise in the amount we have to do with the actuary, we're not going to be hit with it on the taxpayer side of it. We've already kind of overfunded it just a little bit.
Correct, Travis, and I completely and totally agree with you. And I think that in my diatribe, I got a little long. My question initially was, are we going to pay the state of Tennessee the 3% and send that to the state, or 4%, let's round up, the 4%, which means we get to keep 4% in our reserve account, or are we in fact having to send them the whole 8%? And the answer that I got back was, we were going to fund the full 8% to the state of Tennessee. That's why I asked for clarification, because I don't understand why we would send that money, that 8%, the whole 8%, if they're not asking for it, down there. I understand wanting to hold some monies in reserve. I have no issues with that. To increase our fund balance from 6 million to 4 to 7 million, that's fine. I get it. But I just want to clarify. I don't want to vote on sending the state of Tennessee monies over what the state of Tennessee is asking for. I mean, if we're going to do that, then there's no point in taking this $1.175 million. We might as well just send it back to them. I just don't understand, because that's what we've been doing for the last several years, is paying them 14.95%.
I guess my thought might be, if we had been doing this 5 years ago, we would have blowed all this money over the past 5 years on wasteful spending of the county tax dollar. So basically, they have built us up a savings account for this type situation that we can fall back on.
Right, but we haven't built that account up at all. And those monies we sent to the state of Tennessee. We sent 14.95% of payments to the state of Tennessee. We didn't keep any of those monies in reserve. Was the information that Brad gave us to the finance, at our budget committee, was we actually sent those monies down. We didn't just budget them. We actually extended them out to the state of Tennessee. And those monies are theirs now. So we're not keeping monies, if I understand that correctly. And Brad, please chime in and correct me if I'm wrong.
The state are invested, and the rate of return, of course, is higher than what we get locally.
Commissioner Holder.
Yes, I just wanted to address some of the comments that Commissioner Grindstaff is making. The reason was explained to me by Justin Ball that we are seeing only a 3.89% minimum charge for this coming year is because we have overpaid. And I would like for you to think about the fact that we overpaid 9%, but we are only seeing a 2% reduction in what they're charging us this year. So do the math. We overpaid 9, but we're only getting a discount of 2. So, the number would have gone up had we not overpaid by 9%. And TCRS is invested money. And as he just stated, it's paid at a higher rate than anything we can invest locally. I checked with our trustee, Randall Lewis, today, and I said, if we could keep the entire $1.1 million and just invest it here and earn interest on it, how much would we have a year from now? Do you all know how much money we would get in interest if we did that? Randall Lewis came back to me with $5,000 because our checking account right now is only earning 0.5% interest, and that is subject to go up or down. So it could even be less than $5,000. I don't see why we would hold on to a portion of that, because it could be earning more if we go ahead and send it down. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a motion, we have a second, we have a friendly amendment, I think, offered by Commissioner Travis Hill. Chairman Garland, you know, we need to do something. Maybe take a recess or think about it, or what we need to do.
Restate the motion. I would.
Oh, boy.
We're in the
Well,
budget. I know that. I hate to stop it. But we need to bring some closure somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Let me see what I'm looking at again.
All right, I'm holding off on the recess. Go ahead and go ahead and vote on the motion.
My motion was basically, I mean, to fund all these, you know, make the appropriations for all these specific funds.
That's right.
Okay, that was the original with the second, and then, you know, the friendly amendment or my adjustment of that motion would be to fund TCRS at the 8% instead of the 3.9. And I'm not sure of that number, but that money to be used with the basically COVID relief government funds available.
Everyone understand the motion?
What about Brad?
Well, let's leave Brad separate as far as getting any kind of help for the other Brad. I think that'd be better.
Ross?
Yes.
What was you proposing in this before the money was coming from the government? Is that what you're saying?
Pardon?
Was the money that you were proposing, was that the money that the government gave?
Yes. Yes.
And it was going to what? 4 different departments? Is that what you said?
Well, I mean, yeah, just to basically fund that TCRS, you know, savings we'd had originally proposed. Instead of the 3.9, we funded it 8 and used that money to make up that difference.
And it's going to one.
What's that?
You say it's going to one department?
I mean, it'd be for all departments, all those that's on the resolution there for all.
Okay, I can hear what you
If and Brad may have to back me up on this if that's acceptable, if we can do that, what I'm trying to ask here.
One thing you may want to consider is, like was mentioned earlier, all the budgets for the planning budget have been approved by the budget. And I know myself personally, I have not seen anything for that new revised figure, no details or anything. I assume y'all haven't either. So you may want to address that first.
I'm sorry, Brad, I couldn't hear you.
Concerned about the planning commission budget that never was approved coming out of your all budget committee.
Okay.
Vice Chairman, excuse me.
But, and that would be included in this resolution, is that right? I mean, the planning, their funding would be in this resolution right here we're trying to make a decision on.
Again, Chairman, wouldn't we have to set their budget before we can set the total budget?
Yeah.
We would probably have to approve their budget first before we set the entire budget, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Point of clarification question for Mr. Burke, please.
Excuse me,
Mr. Burke.
What's the question?
If we send the amount of money down to the state that is being batted about, or the 14% even, what is the APR on the overpayment that the county would earn in comparison to the Ms. Holdren's number that the checking account currently earns?
I have no idea what that rate is. I mean, over several years, it's like a 9% return.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Did you say 9?
An average of 9.
So we would be increasing 1 point whatever million dollars at a rate of an average APR of 9%.
Yes.
I don't think that for this year. That's over time, an average rate.
I understand, but you would be making that amount more fruitful than retaining it here at home is what you're.
Yes.
Most likely, of course, you can lose. There's no guarantee they're in the market.
Thank you.
Chairman Lyons, I don't know what's happened that we can no longer hear you as well as we used to Could you check into that for us, please?
Check into why you can't hear me.
Well, I'm hearing you okay, but when Mr. Burke speaks, I can barely hear him.
Don't talk louder.
Maybe we need to get him upset again like he was a little bit.
How about we do this? I take that motion off the floor since it sounds like we need to do planning first and pass that one, or at least how about take a look at it or see what it's like would be nice. Find that number, and we're gonna have to vote on that first before we can make this total appropriation for general fund and highway and everything.
I think we can just table the motion until we proceed on and then come back to it.
Yeah, if somebody's got that on record, what I've said, yeah, that's what I'd like to do.
Well, Chairman Ross, couldn't we go ahead and include also the amendment for the finance department then? Since you hadn't approved planning and you're going through it again.
I think we were talking about dealing with that later in an amendment.
You mean tonight or another month? What I'm trying
I think tonight, Brad.
Okay, all right, no good, no problem.
Okay, withdrawn that motion. Now we're gonna look at the planning commission that never has been passed.
Can't hear you guys again, sorry.
Can't hear you.
Can we take a break before we do this?
Let's take a 15-minute recess.
Thank
Please.
you.
Thanks.
It was on earlier, I haven't heard anything.
I think we're muted.
Where you at, Mayor? You eating pizza, I believe.
You holler at me?
Yeah.
I was busy eating some pizza. You got
I smelled it from in here.
Am I up?
Just hang on, I'll be down in a minute. We just want to know if you're here or not.
Oh, I've been here. Yeah, I've been listening. Okay, you ready for me?
No, go back to sleep, we'll already. 12 o'clock tonight.
I thought you was voting on something.
No, go back to sleep, we'll wake you up in a minute.
We were, but we stopped.
We was doing so good.
Yeah. You should have taken all three.
Should have brought the bottle with you.
They want me to talk.
I think it's because we got pizza.
I believe it's been 15 minutes.
Yeah. But you see where they're violating the law. Sunshine.
Yeah.
They're back there in the corner somewhere.
I don't know. This is not.
I've been in you, should, yeah.
My breath smells a lot better now.
Let's go ahead and get started. We're coming out of recess. Let's get started, please. Chairman Garland, I think we need to take care of the planning commission issue. Would you agree with that?
I think that's first and foremost before we can move on to the general fund and others.
Is Mr. Schuler still with us where he could talk about his budget? Would that be a good place to start?
Yeah, it would have been great to have actually been presented in the packet or some way to see that. And I don't know, kind of fell short on that.
Sorry about that, Ross. I thought that that had got to you. I apologize. I didn't notice it until today. I've had some situations over there.
Yeah, I understand that situation. I mean, I know definitely Miss Cannon, and so sorry to hear about that. But yeah, we could have. I think you guys met in the last month there, didn't you? As far as working something out.
Yeah, I thought that y'all had received it. I apologize.
It's okay.
Bottom line on that is $344,977.30. That is $7,017.72 less than what operating budget for the last 2 years has been. And that's also $24,205.07 less than the proposed budget that was presented to you. That is the $369,000 that is in the budget packet today.
Okay. I know. I mean, we talked about some changes and everything. I mean, the numbers, it sounds less, but what are we talking exactly, Chris? Just to make.
We did not add the additional employee.
Mm-hmm.
We reduced down the information that we wanted as far as the percentage on the TCRA, which I know we've discussed that now, and it looks like it's moved around some.
Right.
And we utilized the additional monies that we had that we discussed on part-time.
Okay. So, and that, what'd you say that bottom was? 344,977.30?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the original proposed, that what I'm looking at right now on page 27 in that packet, was 404,691.92. That was original.
404.
Well, I mean, that was an early, that was proposed. That's what I see, I think.
Should be 369.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, 369, 344.97, and took out the part-time, the GIS basically. Was that the guy?
Pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's been a while since we really discussed, making those cuts. But it sounds like you made the cuts. What we were basically asking for.
Yes, sir.
And planning. I mean, the folks from the planning commission that serve here, and they can speak up also. I wasn't present at that meeting and didn't hear really how that went down.
It was presented and approved.
Okay. Okay.
Can
Yes.
we get him to give us that number again? It's 344 what?
977 and 30 cents.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Brad, is that showing an overall decrease of $7,017.72 pending the TCRS we change?
Yes, sir.
That's also not considering the decrease of 56.5 for the electrical remittances to the state. That accounts for 56,500 of the decrease.
That was already discussed in budget meeting prior to.
Discussed with the commission.
Sorry?
It wasn't discussed with the commission.
No, but it was discussed with the budget committee before.
I think what Brad's saying is it's kind of the budget committee. We're past due on that. This is a full commission discussion now, pretty much. But
So are we ready to enter? I'm opening the floor for a motion to approve the planning commission.
I make a motion that we approve the planning commission budget.
Who's
Second, Sergeant
Austin
Kohler.
Gaines,
Seventh
6th District.
Commissioner James made the motion, second by Commissioner Culler. Further discussion on the planning commission budget.
do we need to specify that that's determined on whatever this percentage of TCRS we come up with here soon enough?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
Every other number in this budget is based on the same figures, so I think it makes sense.
So that does include the 8%. Yeah.
No, that figure includes the using 3.89% TCRS.
All right. Any further discussion on the planning commission budget?
Mr. Chairman, that'll be about a 4-point-something% increase on TCRS rather. That's not calculated into that. If that makes sense.
Additional 4.11% if you go with 8%.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Woody Campbell.
Aye.
Mark Levin.
Aye.
Robert A. Cup.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Hester.
Aye.
Ross Von Cannon.
Aye.
Isaiah Longstaff.
Aye.
Gary Prophet.
Yes.
Austin James.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye. Aye.
Layla Ward.
Aye.
Ginger Holdren.
Aye.
Randall Jenkins.
Aye.
Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Sandra Culler.
Aye.
Ray Lyons.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Aye.
Gully Collins. David Miller,
Aye.
Nancy Brown,
Motion passed.
Is Chris still on here, Sheila?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, this is Patty. I want to say thank you, and thank you to the Planning Commission for working with us this year.
Oh, no problem. I told them that y'all agreed to give us a $10,000 pay. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you all. We'll see you soon.
Hey, Chris, I would like to say I am sorry to hear about Diana there. She was always had a smile on her face and helped me out every time I came over to that office. So
Yeah, she was a very good woman, a very good employee. She'd been sick for a long time, and we were about ready to get her straightened out, and she just didn't quite make the final run to the gauntlet. So say a prayer for her family, her husband, and her son and daughter, and she's got a grandbaby that is just about 2.5, and he was her life. So we just have to be praying for him, and the Lord will take care of it all. But I appreciate everything.
absolutely, sir.
Okay, now we're back to the resolution.
Okay.
Okay, floor is open to make a motion on the resolution. Making appropriation for the various funds, departments, institutions, offices, and agencies of Carter County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1 and ending June 30, 2021.
Chairman, I'll make the motion that we accept that with the difference in that TCRS being at 8% and those funds made up from the state funds being received.
Thank you, Chairman. Do I have a second?
Second, Commissioner Woodby.
Commissioner Woodby, second. Any discussion on the resolution?
I think we need to make the adjustment for the planning budget. As far as the total amount at the end, the total general fund, I think we need to make the adjustment and let it be known publicly.
All of them, CCRs too.
I mean, I have to figure that 8% in there as well, won't it?
That's something you can take care of, Mr. Brooks, in terms of making the motion, making the adjustment. Okay.
I'll add that, to the motion that we are accepting the planning department's budget also.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Camp,
Yes.
Mark Evans, Robert A. Cuff, Nancy Brown, Mike Hill,
Aye.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Aye.
Charles Von Cannon,
Aye.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Aye.
Eric Profit,
Yes.
Austin James,
Aye.
Ross Garland,
Aye.
Layla Ward,
Aye.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Aye.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Sandra Culler,
No.
Aye. Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robin McCamey,
Aye.
Kelly Collins,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
all ayes except one.
Motion passed to approve the resolution. Thank you.
That was easy enough, wasn't it? Oh, boy.
Here's the next dilemma that we got to work through. Is Commissioner Johnson, Chairman Johnson, the financial management.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Are we gonna deal with that amendment?
Yes, I do. I'd like to ask that, and I'll place into motion that, we authorize the Director of Finance to hire an HR person and an accountant. The calculations as far as, the proposed salaries, all overheads and costs for them totals at $110,000 as recommended by the financial management. And that's to be done as immediately as possible.
Mr. James with the second.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
We have, motion was made by, by Chairman Johnson. It was seconded by Donovan. Discussion on the motion. $10,000 moving fast too, right, Chairman Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Willie Campbell.
Hmm.
There's not gonna be any discussion?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hold. Discussion on the motion. I apologize to the commission.
That's okay. Chairman Lyons, Bob Acuff, First District. I'm implicating myself in this, in that we've done this once before when we tried to appoint a project manager. And we did that, but then we regretted it at a later date. I made that motion and someone seconded it and it did pass. We're going down the same path that we did with the project manager, not knowing what the workload looks like, what the requirements are. I think we would be better served if we brought this back during another session. We can always do it behind the budget. It doesn't have to be done now. Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you, Dr. Further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
White Hill District 2.
Yes, sir, Michael. Yeah, go ahead.
My question is, are we actually going to have the same planning director in a year's time or 6 months? Did we ever get a solid answer on that?
Finance director.
I'm sorry, finance director. I think I have planning on.
Well, that will depend, Mr. Chair, Brad Johnson, third. That will depend on what the vote here will be. As you say, you have the resignation in front of you. We're working with dates. We have placed in reserve in case one has to be selected, or we find one, fortunately, before the end of the year. So, to put it off, being identified in the HR profession and the accounting profession is nothing like the project management that we went through before, because the job description is totally different, and nobody could ever agree on the specific duties of a project manager. These are very specific. Their assignment would be done as directed by the Director of Finance, which is Director Burke.
With oversight coming from you as the financial management committee.
The Financial Committee, yes, sir, will be overseeing all of that.
Thank you.
But
go ahead, Commissioner Woodby.
I would just like to place my support behind Mr. Burke. I deal with their office daily. I've been with the county 10 years. He's my fourth finance director. So it tells me that there's definitely some serious problems in that office. The workload is probably, it's more than I can possibly imagine what they're dealing with in there on a daily basis. And I would just like to ask the commissioners and your constituents to just give a thank you to these guys in this office. You just really don't know what they're doing in there on a daily basis. I watched Rita sit over in the mayor's office Wednesday night till 8 o'clock with myself, printing the budget packets that everyone has and putting them together nice and neatly for everyone to have one. Nobody would have recognized her doing that. And I just want to say thanks to Brad and Michael. I know it's a tough job, and I applaud Brad for what he just done for standing up for his office. To me, that shows I've got major respect for that, because I know how important that's going to be to his staff. So I 100% support helping Brad in that office and hopefully keeping him with us. Thank you.
One more point of clarification, Chair.
What point of clarification was?
For Mr. Burke, please.
Yes, Commissioner Hill.
I'm curious as to how many, we've heard testimony of the amount of work that's being carried home on the weekends, and Mr. Burke, I commend you for that. But I have to ask, how many of the financial department staff are also carrying home work to complete after hours in the
You cut it out.
You still there, Commissioner Hill?
yes, sir. Can you hear?
Can now. You cut it.
Okay, so I don't know how much of that you caught, but we've heard from Mr. Burke how he carries a lot of work home nights and weekends, and I find that commendable. But I would like to know how many of the finance department staff are also carrying work home for evenings and weekends in addition to your work.
Well, first of all, I don't require my employees to work past their regular hours. You know, other than Mr. Kennedy, the other employees earn comp time for anything above regular hours. I do have some that work some extra, but they don't work 7 days a week. I will not expect anybody to do that.
I understand, sir.
Chairman, Lyons, if I may, this is Commissioner James.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to say I sit on the Financial Management Committee, and anybody that's been coming, we had to deal with this a couple months ago. Our payroll clerk, she is had accrued quite a many hours of comp time because she does have to work over many hours to try to complete. And Director Burke had advised us they're working really hard to try to keep her under that right now, but she is still climbing, I think, slowly back in comp time. So, you know, there's clearly a weakness there as far as there's too much to do and not enough hours in the day to do it. So, you know, there's going to have to be some sort of assistance definitely on that side.
Mr. Chair, Isaiah Grindstaff.
Go ahead, sir.
You know, I want to echo what several of the commissioners have already said, and I know that there are several other offices, and I've tried my best during this budget cycle to try to help as many of them as possible, given their needs. And this is something that we've talked about for several, actually several years that I've been on the commission, about giving them help on different issues with HR, their portion of HR, and how much time that takes, how much time the school budget takes, on top of, you know, our each individual funds that they're having to put time in and to keep track of. We've also added, you know, additional, a couple of additional roles to them. We added the records request, which has actually just gotten a little bit more difficult because of what they're now having required to keep track of. We did fund a part-time and I think later on a full-time person to help them in that office because of that. And, you know, for years, I think we've seen that their office has been understaffed and overworked and underappreciated. So I greatly support the plan to put 2 additional individuals, an HR person to be that point of contact for all of our employees, or the HR individuals that do these for these different offices, to help take some of that strain off some of their employees, and an additional accountant that you know, can be cross-trained as well. So I greatly appreciate that consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman, this is Travis Hill.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Hill.
I'd just like to state that the financial management does meet on the first Monday of every month, and we would greatly appreciate any input towards the duties of the HR. If anybody would like to come and submit those thoughts. Thank you.
Chairman Lyons.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Burke, if your 2 employees are approved, where are we planning on having the offices? I'm just curious because I know you're pretty maxed out in the office that you're in.
I'll be moving across the hall in that office, which will open up one space there. There's an additional space beside the payroll clerk.
Okay.
One of the things that I've learned through the years is when you get an opportunity like this, Mr. Bird, Director Bird, and you have financial management people like Brad Johnson and Austin James and your entire committee, this is a great time to evaluate workload. It's a great time to try to get things even out, try to get things on the right keel so you don't get into a situation where, you know, where you're going to have to get upset with this again. I don't want
I like that part, but you understand.
But it's a great opportunity as a leader, is what I'm trying to say, to take their staff and cross-train them, put them in positions where everyone is contributing to the team. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And I know you are.
One more question.
Pardon?
When you get time. One more question, please.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Hill.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you.
My connection, it comes and goes. If we establish an HR position in the finance office, will the office holders then work through that department? Because we've been told several times that they are not obligated to do so.
No, they're not. HR person to orientate new employees and to ensure that when employees hired, that they come to the finance department to fill out all their tax forms and employment forms. Currently, that's sometimes it's hit or miss. And keep up with all employment laws, all benefit changes. It just goes on and on. And work on the employee handbook. It needs some work. And remember, this is also schools. Schools have a tremendous turnover position and moving in and out.
We heard this repeatedly during the insurance study a couple of years ago, how having an HR position would greatly benefit this county because right now the standards were in fact all over the place. But we were repeatedly informed that even if we were to institute one, I believe Mr. Harden was the one that stated this several times, that the office holders could continue to go rogue and do whatever they chose to do because they answer only to the voters.
That is true as far as employment policies go. I think they're referring to more of a position that would be the entire county. The office holders would routinely have objections to the routine paperwork that goes into hiring an employee, you know, the description of the benefits, the kind of things those companies would have to be the one point of contact for employee issue. I think the issue of separate employment policies is a little bit different than what we're discussing here. With all the talk about that, we really only have one office that has ever adopted anything differently. And it is essentially a mirror image, but for about 1 cent. So I don't think it's a huge issue, but I do agree that we can't set employment policies for the entire county, as each office could have some, but it's just not been mass exodus from those policies that I think some people like to believe that it is.
I understand. I wholeheartedly support streamlining and I wholeheartedly support never ever seeing a debacle like we witnessed last month on the floor with our insurance brokers again. And I think that establishing a centralized HR department would alleviate a lot of those problems. Thank Thank you for the time.
Chairman Lyons, just one more comment. This is in no way not supportive of financial management, but it seems to me if we're going to have an HR person, but yet they're not going to be utilized by other departments and areas of the county, we might be better served to have a contract with an HR group that does that. There are larger companies around the region and certainly around the nation that contract their HR work and they do not hire someone in-house. Just for consideration.
Additional duties for for this individual would be to help out, assist in payroll. Currently have one payroll clerk who handles highway, solid waste, general fund, as well as the schools. Around 1,500 employees, one payroll clerk.
Chairman Lyons,
Yes, sir.
Austin James, if I may, I feel that we've had enough discussion on my motion. If you would concur with that.
Well, Chairman Lyons, Randall Jenkins, I want to say one thing. I don't know why the office heads would not agree to this. This would make everybody's life easier. I mean, they would be insane not to get on board with this. So, I mean, it's just.
Okay, with those words of wisdom being said, Commissioner Jenkins, we're going to go ahead and call the roll.
Start over. Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Mark Levin. Robert A. Cup.
Nay.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
No.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Tester.
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon. Isaac Grindstaff.
Yes.
Jerry Prophet.
Yes.
Austin James.
Yes.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Layla Ward.
Aye.
Ginger Holdren. Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins. Randall Jenkins.
Yes.
Harry Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Sandra Culler.
No.
Ray Lyons. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
No.
David Miller.
No.
Nancy Brown. Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For the records, can somebody tell me what the numbers was passing to yes and no's?
Yes, we do have that. We have 19 yes, 18 yes, I'm sorry, and 1, 2, 3, 4 no. 18-5. What do you have? 18-5. Okay.
$18.5 and Ms. Brown is
Ms. Brown's is absent.
Yeah.
Okay. First, who's on first? F. Resolution F.
Yes, sir.
Attorney Hardy, please.
Next on the agenda is Resolution F, which is fixing the tax levy in Carter County, Tennessee for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020. Obviously, this is the tax rate next fiscal year. As proposed, it remains the same as it was the current year.
Your motion to approve.
Motion to approve Austin James.
Commissioner James made the motion.
Travis Hill, second.
Commissioner Travis Hill, second. Discussion. Discussion. Seeing none, call the roll.
Willie Campbell. Mark Blevins. Robert A. Cook.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Tester.
Aye.
Charles Von Cannon.
Aye.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Aye.
Greg Prophet.
Aye.
Austin James.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Layla Ward.
Aye.
Peter Hogan. Randall Jenkins.
Yes.
Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Tanya Color.
Aye.
Ray Lyons.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
All ayes.
All ayes, thank you.
Well, I don't know for sure.
Where's that big mayor at?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Mayor, yeah, we're ready for your report, sir.
All right. I've just got a few things to go over.
Still eating that pizza? Are you still eating the pizza?
Oh no, we took care of it, Willie. Sorry. First off, I want to clear up something on the virus deal. We've got 144 active cases right now, and these ladies have been working hard up there at the health department. They're working from 9 to 12, and then from 2 to 4. They're going from anywhere from 150 to 175 a day average. So they finally got them a tent up there with a little bit of air conditioning going and stuff. But up till now, they did not have anything. They were out there in that heat. But have to commend those people for doing that. I guess everybody's heard we had the 2 active cases at the courthouse. They were asymptomatic. Courthouse has been cleared. I cleaned it. I sprayed it yesterday myself, and then had the BioPure people come in today, sprayed it. So everything's cleared. Courthouse is clear. So I just wanted to clear that up. There's a lot of miscommunication. This social media stuff had one of the people going to the emergency room. They put it on Facebook, and it was just on Facebook. They was going to the emergency room, but it was for something different than the COVID-19. So it had nothing to do with COVID-19. It was another emergency. So anyway, let's clear that up. Now we get to some of the EOC is complete. They're moving. They're still moving a few things. The EOC is complete. Good project. So it's complete. Another good thing, just trying to set up a meeting. Got to get back with Mr. Mike Hill, one of you guys. Mr. Mike Hill, if you're listening, I've been talking. We're trying to get a meeting set up for this Thursday or Friday. We're still working on it. Miss Scout's going to help me get it from over to school. Said she's been helping me do this Zoom stuff. So anyway, we're going to set up a meeting. It's a Tennessee Broadband Accessibility Grant. Just come out. It has to do with the COVID-19. It's for rural areas. They're going to be like totally just come out with like $15 million. I mean, we can't get it all, but we want it all, but we can't get it all. But anyway, when we have this Zoom meeting at the end of the week, First Tennessee Development, they want to get on board and help us with this. So that's in the making for the broadband. That's a good thing. Been a long time coming. like I say, Ms. Scout will be helping us set up the meeting here, and I'll let everybody know, Zoom meeting, it'll be Thursday or Friday at 9 a.m. So anyway, just one other thing, had another plane, supposedly had another plane crash, but it was what happened. It was a beacon going off. Somehow the beacon from the previous plane crash a month or so ago started going off. It wasn't activated the first time. Somehow it was activated like another plane was down in the area. So they called in civil air control. Our EMA guys were on it, the rescue squad, all of our emergency responders, sheriff department. They were all over this again, but luckily it was not another plane. It was just the beacon from the other one. So it has now been removed. We don't have to worry about that anymore. So other than that, that's pretty much all I got. Like I said, there's another grant that we might have a chance of getting for, it'll be for like the water lines and stuff. It's a $630,000 grant, and the county match would be $103,000. So that's something we can maybe discuss a little bit later, but it's going to be available here soon. So anybody have any questions for me?
I do. Mayor Mike Hill, Roan Mountain.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you could get me the link to that Zoom meeting and a fixed time, I'll so that I can get that to our guests. That would be very helpful, and I appreciate your work on that.
Absolutely. I was trying to get it today, but we've been pretty much slammed. But Miss Scalf, Miss Amanda's going to help us get it set up, hopefully in the morning, and I want to get to you as soon as I can so we can get this out to whoever we need to. So,
Mayor, would you include me also on that? I'd like to be part of that.
Yeah, I think I will. I'm just kidding. I will.
Well, thank you.
We'll put it out to anybody. We'll put it out to all you guys. You can zoom in and we'll send it out to. So we'll try to include everybody because this, like I said, Mr. Hill's been on this for I think several years now. So we're finally maybe we're going to get some help here, hopefully. So.
Yeah, if I could, I'd love for as many of y'all to log in as you can. They've requested a 9 a.m. slot, either Thursday or Friday. They're willing to go over the components of the feasibility study and the whole nine and make available to us for Q&A, depending on when we give them the date and time. A gentleman that was instrumental in getting $1 million plus for Avery County with a grant-funded broadband connectivity project. If we are going to pull something like this off, I think that all of us will probably have to be involved in the surveys that are going to have to be taken to prove the case that there's a whole lot greater need than the government data actually shows. We're pretty sure that's true, but we're going to have to utilize, hopefully, leverage all 24 of our connections in the community to get that message out, get those surveys filled out. This is how you build a business case to attract a potential suitor to hopefully come in and partner with us and maybe fix some of these problems that are especially critical in the Roan.
Anything else, Mayor?
Unless you got something for me.
I have a question. It's Aaron from the 7th. How many tests did you say that you're doing per day, and what is the actual percentage rate of positive tests that are coming back?
Hold on, let me grab another piece of paper.
We did 253 today. 4,000 something total.
Well, I'm digging it up. It's over 4,000 tests. What did they do today? They did 253 today, and at 94 degrees. It was, but hopefully we get some air conditioning to them. Started today, but it didn't work so good. But tomorrow we're doing something else. We're going to set a pole and stuff and get some electricity with the 200 amp box to get some more power to that generators stuff. Okay, here's as of today, 4,845 negative tests. We got 144 active cases. Anything? What else did you asking, Mr.
County Attorney Harden had something to say. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Mayor, in reference to that Zoom meeting, more than one commissioner is gonna be on there with the capability to speak. That needs to be advertised. You could certainly have an informational meeting, maybe screened on something where there was no access for them to speak, but if more than one commissioner is gonna be on there just like this.
We have to advertise it.
If more than one commissioner is gonna be there debating on some issue that come before them at a later time, that would be a violation of the Open Meetings Act. So if you're gonna have that meeting with more than one commissioner present, I would advertise it, as a Zoom meeting, and then you can do whatever you want.
Will tomorrow be enough time?
No, for a meeting on Thursday, no.
Friday?
Generally, the rule of thumb is 5 days.
If I might, the whole purpose of this was hopefully to have the guests present to us, not to be presenting to the guests. It would be what they refer to as a discovery call.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not trying to suggest you can't do that. My fear would be that if it's a setup like this, any discussion at all between two of you would be too much.
Okay. What do you suggest?
Either advertise the meeting in advance or limit it to only one commission.
Well, here, I'm gonna call them in the morning and see if we can't push forward another week then.
Yeah, because we need more than, I wouldn't care if we could all listen and just Mr. Hill could kind of do the talking. He knows what we really need more than anybody. But what do you think, Mr. Hill? We need more time.
I'm down to take the fiscal challenge if that's how you want to approach it. And I mean, then people could just call in from their handsets and listen to the conversation. I expect them to give us a lot of information in about an hour about what groundwork needs to be laid to even be in a position to attract someone. There wouldn't be anything debatable or discussable other than later when we possibly might want to form an internet committee. Health and Welfare agreed to take this on the other night. You were there.
Yes.
But I'll defer to whatever your better judgment is. I just know that there are more than half of the households in District 2 with school-age children in Roan Mountain who, if we have to go back to distance learning, which is looking more and more likely, they have no way to connect right now. They don't have an ample connection to even do the schoolwork. So I think the school system is looking into distributing Chromebooks preloaded with course materials to the kids. But of course, those Chromebooks have to be imaged and distributed and then probably re-imaged as more curriculum material is made available. So there's multiple points of contact in that, and it's still far from ideal. So time is of the essence, but I'm happy to push forward a week if that'll keep us in the good graces of the Sunshine Law. We don't want to.
Don't want to violate the Sunshine Law, though.
What day next week, Mr. Harden? Monday or Tuesday? What day we need to set it out?
Well, you can do that, sir. I guess my question is, what are you even advertising? I mean, it's not a meeting of the county commission. It's not a meeting of the committee of the county commission. It's just a random meeting of people who happen to be county commissioners. So the whole thing just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, I think all of you can participate and listen. I think the problem will come in is if multiple commissioners are on that call discussing things back and forth, that will come to a vote before you later at some point. So that's my concern. I don't have an issue with you sharing the link with commissioners. It would just be the participation and discussion.
Commissioner Acuff, could we not approach this meeting somehow? How did you do the meeting on the homeless Zoom informational meeting?
Right. That was done a little bit different way. I talked with Attorney Harden, and what we did is got John Thompson to write a story that we were going to hold the meeting. It's also in the Johnson City Press. I think if we reached out to John, he would probably be a part of that and would write a nice article and then give the Zoom site. It's the county Zoom site, and everybody can call into it. Attorney Harden, does that meet your requirement?
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense if it was, it could be a special call meeting of one of the committees, and then everyone is invited to participate that way. Generally on a special call meeting, as long as you stick to the purpose, the single purpose of it, even 48 hours can pass on a special call meeting. So if some committee, whichever this would affect, either health and welfare or, I don't know, whatever committee, even education, I guess, whatever committee would this be most relevant to, we could have a special call meeting of that committee.
Chairman Lyons, Commissioner James, this is for ACUF. If we decide to do it, can we not just do a special call under health and welfare, since that was on your agenda and we was taking that on then?
Yes, we can do that as long as the attorney agrees.
Okay.
And then everybody can join in. It doesn't make any difference if you're on health and welfare or not. We'll have a special call meeting. I'll reach out to John Thompson, Mayor, tomorrow if that's okay.
Yeah. We just want to do it as soon as we possibly can, because we got people wanting to get on board. Yeah, as soon as you find out, if you'll let me know, we'll get it scheduled or whatever.
Mayor, if the attorney's correct, though, he said we don't have to give a 48-hour notice, so that ought to be, if he can get that in the paper Wednesday, that ought to give you the time. Should be able to probably do Friday, I would think.
Let's shoot for Friday. And the ground rules should be that we don't talk to each other. We only talk to the presenter.
Okay. So shoot for Friday at 9 a.m.
Yes, sirree.
Okay, we'll shoot for that. I'll get Miss Amanda to help us set that Zoom up for Friday at 9 a.m.
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Chair, Isaiah Grindstaff, I just had a quick question. Or a recommendation, I guess. One thing that I'd like to mention is I think that you can set these Zoom meetings up under this count, the way we've been doing this, to where you don't allow anybody that doesn't have I think an audio code or a PIN code or somebody that's specific to talk. So if you really had a concern about commissioners being able to talk amongst each other and deliberate, that's always an option. I believe that you can set it up and can't discuss, and so that it would continue. Only the presenter could talk. Maybe the mayor or Mr. Hill as well, so that you don't have to have that issue.
Good point. Good point.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree with all that. But if it's advertised, you can talk all you want. That's the point. That's the golden ticket there. So advertise the meeting, and you can discuss it to your heart's content.
Okay. Well, I'll talk with Dr. Acuff in the morning, and we'll see.
That sounds good, Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ask the mayor or something. You want to ask the mayor before he leaves? Absolutely. Mayor?
Yes.
Today, a change was made in the testing procedures for COVID-19. Could you explain that testing procedure change that was made today? If not,
You talking about where they're setting up the tent?
and here's the deal. Even without symptoms, you can go to the tent at the First Baptist Church, where it is today and tomorrow.
Right.
And you can have a test developed, even without symptoms. But you do not have to quarantine for 14 days, as was the previous regulation, unless you turn out positive. And if then at that point, you have to go 14 days. But right now, you can go get a test without self-quarantining for 14 days.
Yes.
till that test comes back positive. That's the change. It was before you had quarantine. Starting today, you took the test.
That's right, Mayor. That's right.
Yeah.
Right, Dr. Aka.
Yes, you're right, Mr. Buncannon.
They have to wear a mask and.
But they have to wear a mask and social distance, though. They do that.
Yeah, I think you're right. They've changed the testing procedure. They've gone to a PCR procedure, which is a rapid turnaround. They can do them within 24 to 27 hours to get a positive or a negative test. So we've improved the ability to do that. Heretofore, you had to wait like 5 to 7 days to get your results.
Yeah. Thank you.
My information came from Jerry Smith today at the tent because I asked 3 people the question, and I got 3 different answers. So then I asked Gary Smith to establish which of the answers was correct, and what he gave me was what I related to you guys. Okay. So let's all run down there tomorrow and jump one.
I've already been down there.
You've already been. Good for you.
I did have a family member that was positive.
Did they do the nose swab or the throat?
They went almost off that past the brain. That's why
Through the ear.
Thank God my family member is okay. Committee reports. Where we are. Let's see. Budget. Chairman Garland, you have anything else?
I'm here. I'm having a good time listening to this conversation. I would say to Mr. Mayor and whoever, Mike Hill, to involve your local utilities, Elizabeth Electric, possibly Mountain Electric, just to have some representative to have some ears on that conversation, if possible.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Let me find this budget report real quick. It's fairly short. We didn't have too many amendments, thankfully.
Go ahead, sir.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I just want to say thanks that we got through that. I know it was tough, but we anticipated that. And we did work hard the whole time. That this budget committees, they're great and sharp and smart, and they helped me out a whole lot. So I appreciate them. Thank the departments, Brad and his office. Certainly, it's been a tough year, but there's been a lot of hard work put into it. And I'd say one of the the better years as far as really breaking it down. So we're proud of it. And I was hoping it would go through without much discussion, but I understand, and I'm okay with that. And I think we made the right move for this county. So and will leave us a little bit of money left over maybe. But with that, I'll move on because we've talked enough tonight. First plan of action, I'll make a motion to approve selection of Raymond James as Carter County's financial advisor for potential debt refunding.
Isaiah Grindstaff, second.
Okay, we have a motion. Wait a minute. Isaiah Grindstaff seconded. And what was that title?
Raymond James.
Yeah, that's we
That's gonna be our investment activity. Is that right?
yes, we entertained 4 actual agencies to do that. One was our existing, I forget their name, but we made a decision at budget after hearing those presentations to go with Raymond James. They followed through with us a whole bunch and looked like they're going to be good to work with. So that was our recommendation to go through with them. Just to use them as an advisor, nothing, set forth right now as far as any refinancing or anything like that. Just to use them as their.
Okay, thank you.
And there is no cost involved unless the county chooses to refund the debt.
And we were looking at possible savings. I mean, once we do refinance up to, $1 to $2 million. So somewhere in that neighborhood over the course of 10 or 12 years.
They're working on an updated forecast. As soon as that comes in, I'll distribute it out to everybody.
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Mark Levin. Robert Acuff.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Kester.
Aye.
Charles Montana. Isaiah Grinstead.
Aye.
Jerry Prophet.
Aye.
Austin James.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Terry Ward.
Aye.
Victor Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins.
Aye.
Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Sonia Coler.
Aye.
Ray Lyons. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Aye.
Kelly Cole.
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
Motion passed.
All right, thanks.
Now the budget committee, chairman,
Pardon?
do you have any other motions coming up?
Oh, yeah. I've got about 7 total I'm looking at. So just, we'll get through there real quick. Next one is to declare various items as surplus property in order to dispose of it. And these items will go on Gov Deals and et cetera, but just looking to put them out there and post them. Put that in the form of a motion.
Motion to approve.
Is that Commissioner Color?
Collins.
Second.
Collins, I'm sorry. Any discussion on the motion?
Talking about desk chairs, things like that. Nothing, significant really.
Madam Clerk.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Mark Levin. Robert A. Kemp.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Hester.
Aye.
Charles Montana. Isaiah Grinstead.
Aye.
Jerry Prophet.
Aye.
Austin James.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Layla Ward.
Aye.
Deidre Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins.
Aye.
Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Sonia Coler.
Aye.
Ray Lyons. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
All ayes.
Motion passed. Chairman.
Thank you. Next item, I'll put in the form of a motion to approve budget amendment number 1, General Fund 101 for a total of $25,596.32. All of that coming restricted fund balance, nothing from the unassigned fund balance.
Second. Second on the motion.
Willie Campbell, second.
Commissioner Campbell, second. Any discussion? Discussion. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Mark Levin. Robert A. Cup.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby. Bradley Johnson.
Aye.
Mark Tester.
Aye.
Charles Montana. Isaiah Grinstead.
Aye.
Jerry Prophet.
Aye.
Austin James.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Layla Ward.
Aye.
Deidre Holdren. Randall Jenkins.
Aye.
Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Sonia Coler.
Aye.
Ray
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
Motion passed.
All right. Next item, motion to approve the monetary donations made to the animal shelter, total of $1,714.
For a second.
Sonia Coler, second.
Color, second. Discussion. Any discussion on the motion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie.
Aye.
Mark Levin. Robert A. Cup.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Tester.
Aye.
Charles Montana. Isaiah Grindstaff,
Aye.
Gary Prophet,
Aye.
Austin James,
Aye.
Ross Garland,
Aye.
Layla Ward, Ginger Holdren, Randall Jenkins,
Aye.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Sandra Cutler,
Aye.
Ray Lyons,
Aye.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robin McKamey,
Aye.
Kelly Collins,
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Very good. Next item I'll put in the form of a motion to approve the following non-monetary donations to the animal shelter. Walmart, $1,291.98. ASPCA, $2,000. A utility trailer was donated, a value of $600, and a wooden building at $1,500.
For a second.
Second, Holdren.
Second, Commissioner Holder. Any discussion? Discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Willie Campbell. Buddy. Robert A. Cup,
Aye.
Nancy Brown, Mike Hill,
Aye.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Art Tester,
Aye.
Charles Fontana, Isaiah Grindstaff,
Aye.
Roy Prophet,
Aye.
Austin James, Austin James, Ross Garland,
Aye.
Layla Ward,
Aye.
Ginger Holdren,
Yes.
Randall Jenkins,
Aye.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Sandra Cutler,
Aye.
Ray Lyons, Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robin McKamey,
Aye.
Kelly Collins,
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
Motion passed, Chairman.
Okay, good. And we discussed or actually passed in budget to have appropriate some money for additional financial management meetings. But I think it's my understanding we won't need those now. If that's correct, that will be all I have. Does that sound good, Brad, Michael, as far as no more money needed?
That's correct, Chairman Garland, because it's, since it's been funded, that was the whole objective.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's all you have, Chairman Garland.
Pardon?
Is that all you have, sir?
I can talk about the chamber real quick. That's all I got on budget, but if I can go through that real fast just to highlight a couple things.
That's fine.
Chamber of Commerce, we did approve their budget just this week, actually. Membership strong, it's going up. Joy's doing a great job as far as reaching out to people. So we're glad to have her in there. And they are moving downtown, actually. They're working on a contract to finish it up with the lawyers on both sides, but they'll be moving downtown. And it may be, it's near the Carter County Bank, that section of downtown. So they'll be moving from where the train is at. And they did decide to give the train to City of Elizabeth and actually kind of donate that as a gift on the move. Some good news there in Blue Ridge Country Magazine, a reader's poll that Watauga Lake was voted the best lake in Tennessee, and the Blue Hole was the second best swimming hole in Tennessee, respectively, as well. So that's always good news. Starting up a youth ambassador program, if that does get as far as schools and schedules, if those get off the ground, that they are looking to implement a program starting in August or September. Legislative breakfast is still slated for Friday, September 18th at 7:30 a.m. and that's at TCAT, depending on everything going on. So that's very possible to change, but it is set for September 18th, 7:30 at TCAT. And that's all I have on the chamber.
Anything else, sir?
No, sir, that's it. Mhm.
Building and grounds. Mr. James. Building and grounds.
We don't have anything that needs to be addressed.
Okay, sir, thank you. Education committee.
I got a couple things that need to come on building grounds.
Oh, okay.
If he's not gonna bring them up.
I don't think he's going to.
All right.
I thought we was waiting until the attorney report, but okay.
On the central link issue. I sent you all, I guess it was Friday, everybody should got an email from me that has information regarding the CenturyLink lease. This can't be finalized during this meeting, but I wanted to make sure everybody had the information. Initially, what I presented to
Marty?
what was that?
Pardon? I think someone fell off the chair.
Okay, I'm sorry. What I initially had was in building and grounds, CenturyLink wanted a perpetual easement out at Judge John Lewis Boulevard, right near the Workforce Development Center. They have a little, what they call a wire game facility there. It's like a little box, essentially. It's like a 30 foot by 30 foot area that they cover. They had an agreement with the county that initiated in 1997 and ran out in 2017. And for that 20-year period of time, they paid a total of $1,500. That was the deal, $1,500 for 20 years. That expired in 2017, and nothing has been in place since. They initially wanted a perpetual easement.
All right.
Lasting forever for $7,500 is what they wanted to pay for that. The Building and Grounds Committee instructed me to reject that offer, and so I sent you a copy of the letter that I sent them, and I received back the response that I sent you. And what they have countered now is a 25-year lease for $500 a year. The counter offer we had made was 25-year lease for $1,000 a year. They came back at 25 years for $500 a year, which is obviously $12,500 spread out over 25 years, and it's not forever. You have to renegotiate then. So I'm just looking for direction from the full commission as to whether I can go back and finalize that deal that they have offered, or if you're instructing me to counter again, because obviously this needs to be wrapped up as soon as possible, and I hate to wait another full month. So if you offer direction, I can finalize the deal, and it would have to be fully approved next month.
County Attorney, did you say you were seeking a motion to proceed?
Yeah, basically it's either we agree with this deal and I can work on the paperwork and have it finalized here next month, or you want me to counter offer with them, and then in that case, I would at least have something back from them for Building and Grounds next month, and we go through the normal channels. The problem is it has to be advertised 7 days in advance before we can approve a lease over 5 years. So we wouldn't have time to do that. So I'm trying to so it can be finally approved next time, because every month that goes by, we're getting absolutely nothing.
What were those numbers again, Josh?
Okay.
The initial?
Yeah, so they initially offered $7,500.
Mm-hmm.
$7,500 forever. That's it, forever.
Okay. Yes.
The counter offer was the committee instructed me to offer them a 25-year lease at $1,000 a year. They came back and agreed to that at $500 a year. So that's the current offer on the table: 25 years, $500 a year.
Sounds like a motion to have him to move forward. So your motion?
I'll make the motion.
Who made the motion?
Gary Bailey in sixth.
Thank you, sir. Here a second.
Second. Mr. Tester.
Thank you, Mr. Tester. Second. Any discussion?
Do we wanna
Sorry,
get-
I didn't hear the motion.
The motion was to instruct our attorney to move forward with the word spectrum. Is that what it was?
Yeah, CenturyLink.
CenturyLink.
I guess the motion was for me to move forward in it with acceptance of their offer. Is that what the motion was?
$500 a month for 25 years.
Yes, that's the offer.
Thank you.
It's $500 a year, Ms. Keller.
I'm sorry, I'm in a year. Thank you.
$500 per year.
Any other questions?
You think we can get 750?
I can certainly ask. I will say, the other caveat that I put in my letter, that they didn't address was the back pay for the last 3 years. So even if you want to accept their current terms, I can still ask for the payment for the last 3 years, that we can enter.
So could I put that in a form of a friendly emotion that with this offer that you go ahead and seek the last 3 years of payment at that current rate?
Someone accept the friendly amendment,
750.
750.
Yeah.
You accept that? Mr. Bailey?
This is not a game show, Ross.
It feels like it is really, but I'm sorry to joke around. Seriously, I'm sorry.
We got a motion, we got a second. Any other discussion? Everyone understand the motion?
Chairman Lyons,
Yeah.
Ginger Holdren, was the friendly amendment accepted?
Call the roll, madam.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Mark Levin. Robert A.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Tester.
Aye.
Charles Montana. Isaiah Grindstaff.
Aye.
Jerry Prophet. Jerry Prophet.
Aye.
Austin James.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Shannon Ward.
Aye.
Ginger Holdren.
I was trying to clarify, was the friendly amendment accepted?
Randall Jenkins.
No.
No. No. Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Sandra Color.
No.
Ray Lyons. Frazier.
No.
Robin McCamey.
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
No.
David Miller.
No.
Okay, we had 5 no's.
Was Ginger? Yes.
Ginger, yours yes?
I have asked a question twice and haven't been answered. Was the friendly amendment accepted?
Yes.
Then my answer is yes.
Oh, well, if the friendly amendment was agreed upon, then my vote would be yes as well.
Who is this?
Mr. Bailey, you accepted the amendment, didn't you?
Yes.
So who was
That
it?
was Randall Jenkins. I changed my vote to yes.
As do I. I wasn't aware that the friendly amendment got accepted as well. I missed hearing it. I apologize.
Right.
Did too.
Sonia, how about yours?
Same
No,
here.
ma'am. My vote's no.
Okay.
My vote's changed to yes.
Thank you.
Is that Kelly Collins?
Yeah.
David Miller, I'll change back to yes as well. I missed the amendment.
Motion passed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am afraid to change that.
So just to clarify, so we understand, I'm going back to them with the acceptance of their proposal if the pay is for the 3 years back.
That's correct.
Yes.
Anything else, building and grounds? County attorney?
I don't believe anything else until the attorney's time for report.
He's ready to
Yeah,
go.
that's gonna be another issue. I got another one. Last month's committee meeting, not just past, but one before, the committee mentioned me writing a letter to the Kids Like Us Foundation about property storage. And that was contingent upon approval by the full commission, and it was never presented to the full commission. So I need to know whether I need to send that letter or not. And I think Austin can explain it, what it's about.
Mr. James, you want to explain what that letter is about?
You cut out on me there, Attorney Harden. Please repeat your last.
The issue of the property storage at Workforce Development Complex by Kids Like Us. Last meeting of Building and Grounds, you all voted for me to send a letter, but it was contingent upon full commission approval, and it was never presented to the full commission. So I'm asking you to do that now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I may have been out of town when the next meeting come up. So what that is we have some people that's using the facility back behind the Workforce Development Complex without a lease or any monetary value, any exchange or any nature. And so we had instructed the county attorney to advise them that they had a certain period of time to vacate. And so that's pretty well what it is. But I think that Attorney Harden, since this has maybe been going as long as it has, that we might ought to also consider on shrinking the amount of time to vacate that storage facility. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the letter was originally for 90 days.
That's, the committee had instructed me to write the letter to remove all the property stored there within 90 days. Of course, that's been 60 days ago almost. But obviously they were never notified. So I'll do whatever you all want me to do. I just didn't want to send the letter without approval, since that's what you all made it contingent upon in the building grounds.
So we need a motion to instruct.
Yeah, I think we'll need a motion, and I think we might do a 30 days at this point in time to allow them to vacate instead of the 90, since they've, we've already had 60 days. Try to get their stuff removed and out of there. I believe they have already been working on that. I believe they assume this is coming. So.
Well, I want to clarify, they didn't receive any notice from me or anybody else. Just the time has been passed since you all talked about it. So I'm not suggesting that you shorten the period. I'm just saying it was 90 days before. So whatever you all decide.
I'd put it in the form of a motion that we give them a letter that they have 30 days to vacate the premises.
You're a second?
Second.
Second, who was the second?
Aaron Fraser, 7.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell. Mark Blevins. Robert A.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Tester.
Aye.
Charles Fontana.
Aye.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Aye.
Jerry Prophet.
Aye.
Austin James.
Aye.
Ross Garland.
Aye.
Layla Ward.
Aye.
Ginger Holdren.
Yes.
Randall Jenkins.
Aye.
Gary Bailey, Garrett, Travis Hill,
Aye.
Sonia Taylor,
Aye.
Ray Lyons,
Abstain, conflict of interest.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robin McCamey,
Aye.
Kelly Collins,
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
All ayes except two abstain.
Motion passed. Thank you. Let's see, anything else on the building and grounds, Commissioner James, Chairman James? Anything else, Chairman James? Oh, that was Chairman James. Come on in. You have anything else? Oh, okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Education Committee, Chairman Ward, Chair Lady.
Committee did not meet. We just, Dr. McCabe attended by Zoom and introduced himself to the committee.
Thank you. Financial Management Committee, Chairman Johnson.
Yes, Chairman Lyons, thank you very much. I only have one item, and it has to deal with the Sequoia Group, which is our insurance brokers. At the last county commission meeting, I was directed for Director Burke to meet with the principals of the Sequoia Group, Mr. Tim Hilton, which the director did. They came out with an agreement of more or less splitting the bill to where each part would be $43,429.40. Now, my contention is, as a chair, is remember, none of this funds, and it was out in Rumor County, none of these funds were lost outside of our county. They wasn't lost at all. Matter of fact, every penny went into an employee's insurance account. It was an error by the broker and was identified an error by the broker to our county. Now, our broker, if you will remember, and this year included, for the past 2 years in their work and effort to our county employees in the insurance, they have physically placed in our hands over $240,000 per year that we have not pre-anticipated and we have used for budgetary and other purposes in this county. I think it is extremely greedy for somebody to give me $500,000 to use for our county, and then we're going to come back on a self-admitted of $43,000 for where our employees actually got advantage of it. And I would, since Director Burke negotiated that, if there was anything that I said that was not correct.
I agree.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I place a motion that we notify the Sequoia Group, Mr. Tim Hilton, that we will not require any refund to this county, that in the amount of $43,429.40.
Second, Mike Hill, District 2.
Commissioner James, I think you had something. Okay, sir. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Any discussion on the motion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell,
Yes.
Mark Levins,
Yes.
Robert A. Cup,
Aye.
Nancy Brown, Mike Hill,
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Yes. Oh.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Aye.
Charles Fontana, Isaiah Grindstaff,
Aye.
Jerry Prophet,
Aye.
Austin James, Ross Garland,
Aye.
Bailey Ward,
Aye.
Ginger Holdren,
Aye.
Randall Jenkins, Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
No.
say no. Randall Jenkins,
Yes.
Sandra Fuller,
Aye.
Ray Lyons, Aaron Frazier,
No.
Robin McCamey,
Aye.
Kelly Collins,
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
All right, it passed. There were 2 noes.
2 noes,
Yeah.
motion passed.
Terminal lines, I have only one last thing. We will be in the financial management meeting, be August the 3rd. We will be beginning in getting the RFQs for the RFPs for the new positions, and anybody that wants to input some of the, recommend some of the requirements that we go out, please let one of our committee members know, or myself, to where we can get this done hastily and we did it for it is beneficial to all of us. Thank you, Chairman Lyons, for your time.
So I think, Mr. Johnson, we still need to do the reimbursement of the sick leave request.
Reimbursement for what?
The sick leave due to COVID.
You're gonna have to get close to the speaker, you're mumbled.
No, I apologize. So the COVID-19 reimbursement of sick leave for employees that had to use it. Remember, there was 3 employees.
Okay, yes, it is. I'm glad you brought that to my attention. We had, under the rules by executive order and also our county office holders, we agreed, and I think that the attorney can correct me, but this had to deal in a March timeframe to where if an employee had to leave his place of employment from being found positive of COVID-19, is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
They were told to leave courthouse and to be tested. Of course, they had to quarantine for a few days until the test results came back. And all 3 of these individuals were negative.
Okay, so they were negative, but they had lost time, and that agreement was that it was to be restored. Is that correct?
No, it was only, what the county commission passed was only for a positive test. And these 3 individuals tested negative, plus the federal law didn't go into effect until April the 1st.
So April. All right. I get your jest. I'm sorry. I didn't educate myself on this. I didn't anticipate it coming up. But anyhow, so that means that it being a negative, they would not be reimbursed for their time because it did not meet the points of those requirements. Now, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'd have to place that in the motion of the full commission, that they not be reimbursed of their sick time or annual time involved in this case.
No.
That back maybe from, I can't remember the exact dates, but it went back until February or April, until February comes in, that we would essentially, any COVID test, we would give their, anybody was instructed to go home. Anybody was instructed to go home, we had to, we take care of that anyway, and policy doesn't be put in place.
So I think we're reimbursing those 3 employees, not we. Yeah, so we are actually reimbursing those 3 employees. I apologize. I think there was confusion there. So this will be to reimburse those employees back to the city.
Mr. Chairman, I move that I drop that motion or whatsoever. We'll bring it up next meeting when we get our crap in order.
It's in the minutes.
Excuse me, Mr. Kennedy, from the committee. Mr. Chairman, I think we'll bring it up on the agenda next month when we are versed in all the parts of it.
Yes, sir, Chairman Johnson.
Thank you.
Chairman Lyons, can I speak?
Yeah, I've got a question, Chairman Johnson. I'm sorry, I'm confused on the last vote that we just took. Are we voting to forgive Sequoia's mistake on the insurance? That's not how I read the minutes in the vote in your committee.
Read the votes on our committee. Our
Your
committee
committee
ruled,
voted to repay half of the money, for them to repay half, I think, 43,000.
that is correct.
So what was the vote that we just
The vote that
went
you
through?
just give was that they would not be required for that one half. Would
That's
pay
not
for
what,
it.
yeah, I don't think that's what I thought I was voting for. I couldn't hear good, and I thought we were going off of the minutes from the committee.
Ms. Woodby, I think you can ask for reconsideration on that vote since you was on the prevailing side.
I would like to ask for that reconsideration on that vote.
Move to reconsider.
You have to have, we have to have a new vote.
Sam's got a second on her.
Yeah. You have a second on, Mr. Woodby.
I'll second.
You a second?
Yeah.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Blevins?
I didn't hear the whole motion, so I was just reading the minutes, going off of what the committee passed in their committee report in the minutes.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. We're totally confused, Chairman Woodby. Are we? Vice Chairman?
I thought I was voting for them paying half of the money back for the mistake, based upon the minutes from financial management's vote. I didn't hear Commissioner Johnson say we were forgiving the entire amount. I did not understand that.
But the first thing he said was he was gonna take it out the table, period, and bring it back next month. But then that changed.
That's a different motion.
I think that was something separate.
I'm out.
So what I did say, if I may restate, Chairman Lyons, is for this amount, none of this money went to the broker. So get that out of your head. They made no money out of this at all. All of this money went directly to employees of our county. The error was made in a publication describing in their insurance. It was discovered by our broker, and they reported us of the error. The whole amount was a little above $80,000. The agreement between the finance director and Sequoia was 50-50. The majority of the financial management agreed with the findings of the director. My motion as a commissioner was that would not be paid to us because of the greed. We've been given $500,000 by them to use in our budgets now for 2 years. And we're going to go back and penalize because of what we call an error that our employees got the advantage of. Please get real.
We have a motion by Commissioner Woodby. We have a second to reconsider.
And can I say something? I think that the Sequoia groups helped the finance department tremendously, and this was just a very small mistake. So I don't know if I have much say in this, but I think that the work that they've done for us has far exceeded anything that was an error. I think that they were definitely a benefit to us. I definitely think forgiving this would be a good idea. That's my personal opinion from working with them regularly.
I do want to clarify one thing. Sequoia did not find the error. I found it was March and alerted him to it.
Thank you, Brad, for finding that error since we're paying these people high dollar amount of money to do this.
We don't pay them nothing. It comes out of the insurance company.
Should.
Still cost the taxpayer, Brad. Still cost the taxpayer.
Mr. James, would you please speak?
Okay.
I would just like to, everybody makes a mistake. And as Mr. Johnson has brought forth, this wasn't a mistake that was money sent to the insurance broker or sent to the insurance company. It was given to our employees. So if it was a mistake to be made, it couldn't have been a better one to be made. And then on top of that, when we do this, let's also not forget that our insurance broker doesn't have to be our broker. It is their option whether they decide to work with us or not also. So you could go back to your previous broker if that would be the choice and see how much that would cost us. I'm sure it'd be a lot more than the $87,000 we're discussing here, because the 10% increase we was having the year they come in is more than that. So, you know, we not only the first year that they come in got a 10% decrease when we was receiving a 10% increase, they also was able to hold us at a steady rate this year instead of having another 10% increase that I'm sure we would have had with our brokers that we previously had. So, you know, just keep that in consideration and all that.
And not only that, this broker was able to come up with a lot of good strategies that the other brokers never even attempted to look at.
Director Burke, let me just ask Brad, do you feel it's a good move just to forgive it all and stay where we're at? Not ask for any of the money back?
That's a hard question.
I want your honest answer.
Well, he was fired. Better watch it.
I mean, they have saved the county a lot of money. They're great to work with. They made a mistake. But I'm gonna defer to you on that one.
And it was $80,000.
86,000.
Chairman, if I could, Mike Hill, District 2.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Hill.
I think it is absolutely in this county's best interest to retain this insurance brokerage that has saved us millions of dollars. And I think it is incredibly petty to hold them accountable for a small percentage of the overall amount of savings that they've shown this county. We are so far net to the good as a result of our relationship with these folks. And frankly, after what I watched go down last month in commission, I wouldn't blame these people if they told us to stuff it. I think it's absolutely in our best interest to do everything that we can to retain these folks and treat them with the respect they deserve, given all the good work and all the benefit that this county has reaped as a result of our partnership.
Any other commissioner want to comment?
Mr. Chair, Isaiah Gronstadt.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
So from the conversations that we had with Sequoia when they did come in front of the county commission, one of the conversations one of the statements that she made, I think kind of attributed this. We're so used to dealing with the bottom line numbers of what insurance cost us that I think one of the things that kind of threw them was there was, I think, a mix up in the direction. You know, we're telling them that we have X number of dollars to spend on insurance. And from what I understand from what she said was, you know, that doesn't translate anything necessarily to them. That just means the bottom line at the end of the year shouldn't go over that, but it could. So, you know, to them, looking at those reports, looking from the outside in, you know, they were relying on us to clearly define what those parameters were. And I think that there was just miscommunication. And I personally am willing to say, you know, 1 year, okay, I understand, you know, a new relationship, a new group that we're working with, they're having to learn us, we're having to learn them. And the fact that the amount of communication I think that they have with us is kind of telling in that they were willing to come in and step up and say, listen, we'll fix this $80,000 mistake if you want us to. But it really was, in my opinion, a mistake that ultimately benefited the employees, some of the county employees. I think it's a little harsh to go back on them and ask for them to pay for that mistake that ultimately ended up in a benefit to the better. However, I would, you know, advise caution. You know, I think we need to clearly delineate, you know, our amounts and our things moving forward with them so that they don't miss those bottom line adjustments.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. I'll rescind my motion and leave it as is.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Woodby.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Back to Commissioner Johnson. As far as the sick leave, Commissioner Johnson, that we're discussing, actually have a motion here from our financial management meeting. And I would care to put that in the form of a motion. And what it is to approve reimbursing sick leave used by employees who are asked to go home by a county official from March the 31st or March the 1st, 2020 to March the 31st, 2020 due to COVID-19.
Motion?
Yes.
I need a second. Second. Any discussion on that motion?
Who was it that made this motion, Chairman Lyons?
Motion was made by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Blevins.
And I could not clearly hear what he was asking. I know it was something to do with reimbursement, but I don't know for what beyond COVID.
Yeah, we couldn't understand him.
The motion was made to come out of financial management, and this is how it was read to statement in the minutes. It says to approve reimbursing sick leave used by employees who were asked to go home by a county official from March the 1st, 2020 to March the 31st, 2020 due to COVID-19. We had 3 employees that fell in that category, and it predated the requirement by the Fed. And so it was what we felt as a county should back up and try to accept those employees in this because they were required to go home by a county official until their test results come back.
That was a motion, and we had a second on the motion by Commissioner Blevins. Any discussion, any clarification? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell,
Yes.
Mark Levin,
Yes.
Robert A. Cat, Nancy Brown, Mike Hill,
Aye.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Aye.
Charles Von Cannon,
Yes.
Isaiah Grindstaff,
Aye.
Jerry Prophet,
Aye.
Austin James,
Aye.
Ross Garland,
Aye.
Layla Ward,
Aye.
Ginger Holdren,
Aye.
Randall Jenkins,
Aye.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Sonja Color,
Aye.
Ray Lyons,
Aye.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robert McCamey,
Aye.
Shelley Collins,
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
Motion passed. Anything else, Chairman Johnson, out of your committee?
No, sir. Thank you very much. You're done.
Thank you. Health and Welfare, Dr. Acutt.
No report. Sorry that you don't have the minutes from the last Health and Welfare Committee. Glenn Crowe didn't take the minutes, and I haven't finished them, but I'll get them out to you, so I apologize.
Okay, sir, thank you. Highway Committee, Commissioner Chairman Blevins.
Yes. 3 or 4 things, Sheriff, go over. The first would be the closure of about 10 feet of Emerald Avenue in the Billboard. I put that in the form of a motion.
The second on the motion.
Second.
What was
Please
that about?
restate that, please.
Yes.
Oh, about it.
Repeat the motion.
It's, closing, we're gonna close 10 feet of Emerald Avenue. It's a grassy area, it's up a hill, and the landowner there requested that we close that. And, we've had a public hearing on it and everything, Roger's okay with it.
I still can't. I don't understand.
I mean,
Yeah.
let me try to clarify. It is an unopened street. It's off of Admiral Avenue in the Biltmore community. it comes to a dead end. There's access to properties around it by other public roads. So the request is that the gentleman who lives there at the dead end wants to close approximately the last 10 feet of that because he uses it for other purposes. And it basically ends at the side of the hill, the steep hill. So there'd be no use for the county, and it was approved and by the committee and heard a public hearing which nobody attended because it only affects one gentleman.
Who seconded the motion? You did, Mr. Jackson. Any other discussion on the motion?
Yes, sir. I have one question.
Josh,
Go ahead.
Has anyone checked with the public utilities such as the water, the power, the gas, or whatever's out there to make sure that they do not have any facilities in this easement?
They don't have no facilities. It's actually in the man's yard at this present time. There's no water or nothing on it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Josh, this is Aaron. Does this fall under the rule that if a road has been open for 25 years, it can't be closed?
I'm not aware of that. I think the county commission has the authority to close any county road that it desires to close. I'm not aware of that rule.
I thought that we ran into the same question on the T-Berry Road thing, that we weren't allowed to close that road.
No, sir, I'm not aware of that. If it's something I'm not aware of, I'll admit it. If it's true, I'll say I'm wrong, but I've never heard of that rule. Certainly, the procedure is if there's a petition, all the affected landowners in agreement, the county can close the road. I'm not aware of the 25-year rule. Yeah, this is essentially an unopened street. It never really, if you look at the tax maps, it was laid out on the original plat as a street, but it was never opened as a through street. It's essentially a paved alley that dead ends on a steep hill. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about 10 feet.
Okay, just making sure.
Any other questions? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Mark Levin. Robert A. Cup.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Hester.
Aye.
Paul Fontana.
Aye.
Isaiah Grindstaff. Jerry Prophet.
Aye.
Austin James. Ross Garland.
Aye.
Layla Ward.
Aye.
Ginger Holdren.
Aye.
Randall Jenkins.
Aye.
Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Sandra Culver.
Aye.
Kay Lyons.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Kevin McCamey.
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
Motion passed. Anything else, Commissioner? Chairman Blevins, do you have anything else?
Oh, yeah, we got the report.
Okay.
Josh, go ahead.
Okay, go
They
ahead.
can't understand this hillbilly's point.
That's okay. That's why we have a good attorney.
The next item would be the extension of Southgate Drive, Lynn Valley community. Essentially, the existing plat allowed for the future extension of the road, and so it's already owned by the developer, and all we're doing is adding, I think it's around 100 feet, but Roger can clarify that. We're essentially adding to the existing road on Southgate. We already have the right of way that we need. So this would be approval of that, just with the caveat that, when the county acquires the right of way from the developer, that road. And Roger's already looked at this. This was a subdivision that was developed with planning commission approval. It meets all the requirements. So this one is pretty straightforward.
Put that in form of motion.
I second.
Motion, Chairman Levitt, second. Commissioner James, any discussion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell.
Aye.
Mark Levins.
Aye.
Robert A. Cup.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson.
Yes.
Mark Hester.
Aye.
Charles Von Cannon.
Aye.
Isaiah Grindstaff.
Aye.
Jerry Crockett.
Aye.
Austin James. Ross Garland.
Aye.
Layla Ward.
Aye.
Ginger Holdren. Randall Jenkins.
Aye.
Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Sandra Culler.
Aye.
Ray Lyons.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
All ayes, motion passed. Chairman Gladys and Krueger.
Hang on just 1 second.
Yes, sir, we will. Let's think about all the good times we've had here tonight. Oh, Bob, wait. You all give us.
I want to replay Brad gets mad. They ain't gonna be married long if you stay down here like this. Well, I put this.
That's why it's gonna be married. It's been a long time since 6 o'clock. What's the name? I still think they'll have their meetings.
Mr. Chairman,
Form of a motion that, the county is gonna adopt Hyder Cemetery Road location near Jim Elliott Road in the Apple Valley area. And, we've had our public hearing on it, so I put the form of motion that the county adopts the road. Roger has looked at all of these.
A road to the Hyder Cemetery.
Yeah.
All right, you're a second.
I second that.
Second, Commissioner Culler. Any discussion on the cemetery road to Hyder? Hyder Cemetery, I'm sorry. Any discussion? Madam
Where
Clerk?
are we talking? Where's that? What's that off of? Where is that?
It's on Jim Elliott Road off of Gap Creek.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Willie Campbell. Mark Levins. Robert A. Cup.
Aye.
Nancy Brown. Mike Hill.
Aye.
Patty Woodby. Bradley Johnson.
Yes
Aye.
on my vote, Mary, sorry.
You have to wake up, lady.
Mark Hester.
Aye.
Charles Von Cannon. Isaiah Grindstaff.
Aye.
Jerry Prophet.
Aye.
Austin James. Ross Garland.
Aye.
Layla Ward.
Aye.
Ginger Holdren. Randall Jenkins.
Aye.
Gary Bailey.
Yes.
Travis Hill.
Aye.
Sandra Culler.
Aye.
Ray Lyons.
Aye.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Robin McCamey.
Aye.
Kelly Collins.
Aye.
David Miller.
Yes.
All right.
All ayes, motion passed.
We got one more. This is in the Rock Mountain community. Roger had went and looked at it, had a public hearing on it, and that we adopt Chase Drive as a county road in the Rock Mountain.
Chase Drive.
Chase Drive, yes, sir.
Got to hear a second on the motion.
I'll second.
Second, Commissioner Campbell. Any discussion? Any discussion on the motion? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie,
Aye.
Mark, Robert A. Cuff,
Aye.
Nancy Brown, Mike Hill,
Aye.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Aye.
Charles Fontana, Isaiah Grindstaff,
Aye.
Jerry Prophet,
Aye.
Austin James, Ross Garland,
Aye.
Layla Ward,
Aye.
Ginger Holdren,
Aye.
Randall Jenkins,
Aye.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Sandra Culler,
Aye.
Ray Lyons, Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robin McCamey,
Aye.
Kelly Collins, David Miller,
Yes.
All ayes, motion passed, Chairman.
Thank you.
But all you have, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Yes.
I was going to advise Mr. Attorney Hart and Mr. Blevins. After I talked to you this morning, Mr. Blevins, I got served papers on that deal from Ridgecrest Drive. So I got served papers with that. I'm going to get a copy to Mr. Harden tomorrow or tonight.
I was going to talk about that in the attorney-client session.
I'm sorry. Do I?
I was going to talk about that in the attorney-client session.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. If you got a copy of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, we'll hold that. Landfill Committee, Commissioner Chairwoman Culler.
Yes, I have a motion to bring that was brought from my committee. As chairwoman, I have to give it to you, but after I make the motion, I would like to speak to it. The motion from the committee is to raise the tipping fee from $42.50 to $45 and to raise the tipping fee from $1 a bag to $1.25 a bag.
Had to hear a second on her motion. Second on the motion.
Seconded, I guess, but we won't.
Now, I would like to speak to the motion before we vote, please.
Commissioner Culler, Patsy has asked me to have you repeat the word on that.
The wording on the motion?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
The wording on the motion from the committee was to raise the tipping fee from $42.50 to $45 and to raise the bag fee from $1 to $1.25.
Thank you.
But I would like to speak to this motion before we bring it to a vote.
Yes, ma'am, go right ahead.
I have received some information from Mr. Lyons that this could cause some problems with one of our biggest customers. And I would like to ask the committee if we could table this till I could discuss this with them and we have an alternative to raise the fee that would not lose us a customer. So I'm asking that this be tabled until next month.
Make a motion, question next month.
Hold on. Okay, we have a motion and a second. She spoke. We haven't voted on that yet. Mr. Culler. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion.
I'm asking that the motion be tabled.
Until next month, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Put it on the table, then, right? County Attorney, do we?
Technically, we've covered your ground before, it's just a play on words. If you table something, you're supposed to bring it back up at the same meeting. The motion would be to delay it from time certain, delay it until after next month's.
We'll,
Okay, and I'm asking to delay the vote until next month.
okay, now, thank you. We will do that. Is that all you have on landfill?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
If I'm correct, Mr. Kohler, we voted on that to raise it, but we said it would go into effect in September or October. We backed it up one more month. So
That is correct. But to be honest with you, Mr. Bailey, when the information was given out to one of our biggest customers, they said they would leave. And I think I sent out an email with the explanation of how much that would cost us. So if you would permit us to delay this vote, we would bring it back next month with a better wording that we can increase the prices, but not lose our customer.
I have to agree with Ms. Keller with this. We done this several years ago with this certain customer, and I'd hate to see us lose this big account for the county. It would definitely hurt the landfill.
I have a question. Are we making a profit off this customer or are we losing money?
No, we're making a profit,
Thank you.
a very substantial profit. So that's why we want to look at an alternative that would also increase but not lose him.
Thank you, Ms. Keller.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter, could I ask you a question kind of along?
Yes, yes.
When they say, I do a little demolition or whatever in the house, promote, whatever. When I go up there and take it to the landfill, it goes on the weighing scale, is that right?
That's correct.
Then they charge by the pound, is that correct?
I think Mr. Benny Lyons is on the line. He may want to answer that, but it's my understanding that that is correct, and it's $42.50 a ton, so that whatever the poundage is up to that point. Is that correct, Mr. Lyons?
Yes, ma'am. They generally weigh you in and rate to whatever poundage you have on there. If it's a ton, you're charged for a ton. If it's 500 pounds, you're charged 500 pounds.
Okay, I got a couple of calls this morning. Ms. Carter's why I asked that.
No problem.
Do you have anything else on landfill?
No, that's all, and thank you for delaying that. I wanted to bring the motion since I'm the chair, but I've had that information, so I think we'll be better waiting. So thank you very much.
Law enforcement, Mr. Hill, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. There's nothing really to report that's not in the committee minutes, if we ever see those. However, I would like to touch on the broadband call and reemphasize that this is a discovery call to see what we're up against to start the process of positioning ourselves to be attractive to a service provider. I'd also like to bring up there's a push or a presentation coming to the City Council on the 13th of August, 6 p.m. at their regular meeting from another company. Not sure what company that is. They are making a presentation and a proposal to try to bring some sort of broadband connectivity through the electric company. However, they have infrastructure which we do not. We're basically starting at scratch zero. So that's all I've got.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Nominating committee, Chairwoman would be.
I'll let the minutes reflect.
Okay, thank you. Rules and bylaws, Chairman Jenkins.
I have nothing to report that's not on the minutes tonight.
Okay, sir. Thank you. We're now at the county attorney report. Mr. Hart, do you want to?
Yes, sir. During the report here, I'll limit the litigation discussion, other than to say there was a case finally dismissed and completed over the past month. It was Richie Caraway versus Carter County. If you recall, it's a couple of years old. It was an inmate that was injured at the landfill. have a couple of other items of litigation, or potential litigation that I'll discuss during this next section. Other than that, I'll submit my written report, that I do every month, that details everything else I did this month, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions I have.
Any questions for county attorney on his report? Okay, next, we're going to have an attorney-client session, which simply means everyone except commissioners and our attorney are present.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, before we do that, we're trying to clarify one thing here in the public session. If you'll give us just
I
one
need to
second.
hold.
And that's fine, you know, thanks for approving our. Do that. It's going to require anything, but I think we just say that on the record here to clarify what's going on. Okay. Just so everybody can be privy what I was talking to Mr. Burke about, the full budget resolution, the appropriation resolution, because of the changes that were made with TCRS numbers, it actually changes the bottom line on funding for the school board education. So under the law, because we changed that number, they have to approve an amended budget that meets our number within 10 days. And if they do that, then the budget's fully approved. So our budget approval is contingent upon, unfortunately, I think the school board's going to end up having to have a special call meeting to get in line with our numbers within 10 days based on the changes. If that happens, there's no further action required from us, but we're going to be contingent upon that from the school board. If I have any questions about that.
If they don't, does that mean we have to have another meeting?
If for some reason they chose not to meet our numbers, then yes, there would be another meeting of this body to approve either an amended, whatever amendment they may send back would be a new proposal that we would have to approve.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You want to move into the?
I'm ready. Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going into, look on your agenda, number 11.
Yes.
Pardon?
She's got to do a little work on there to keep only the commission members in. So you go ahead and call for it, and we'll adjourn the public meeting.
We're going into an attorney-client session, which means everyone clears the room except commissioners and our attorney. I'll stay at least. Thank you.
We have to come back.
There may be a vote. I don't think. I don't think so. Thank you. There might be a vote. I'm sorry.
That's very nasty. Oh, somebody.
Yeah, can you send them like a little chat message on there to ask you to identify? So the problem is we got commissioners over the sheriff's office. I'm afraid, is Isaiah over there?
Mr. Chair, Isaiah Grunstaff and Jerry Prophet are the only ones that are in the conference room at this time.
Okay.
It's listed in the Carter County Sheriff, I believe.
Thank you very much.
I see some other people on my gallery.
She's working on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan.
You're
Ready to go? Okay, we're coming back out of the attorney-client session. The floor is open for motion.
I make a motion that he move forward.
I'll say.
Any discussion?
Chairman Lyons, I think the motion needs to be a little bit more contextual in determining what we're asking the attorney to do.
A little bit more flesh on it, Dr. Acuff, right?
Yes, sir, please.
I would just ask it to be a motion to work toward a solution and work during the security, courthouse security project issue.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a second.
Is that all right, Dr. Acuff?
Yes, sir, and I'll second that.
Dr. Acuff, second. Any other discussion, clarification? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Willie Campbell,
Aye.
Mark Levins,
Aye.
Robert A. Cook,
Aye.
Nancy Brown, Mike Hill,
Aye.
Patty Woodby,
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Aye.
Charles Von Cannon, Isaiah Grindstaff,
Aye.
Jerry Crockett,
Aye.
Austin James, Ross Garland,
Aye.
Layla Ward,
Aye.
Ginger Holdren,
Aye.
Randall Jenkins,
Aye.
Gary Bailey,
Yes.
Travis Hill,
Aye.
Tanya Culler,
Aye.
Ray Lyons, Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robin McKinney,
Aye.
Kelly Collins,
Aye.
David Miller.
Aye.
Motion passed. Anything else from?
Willie. The resolutions that have been approved will be in the clerk's office. I think there'll need to be signatures from, Dr. Acuff, who's law enforcement. Mike Hill had to sign, the actual overall budget resolution will have to be, revised, so that one won't be ready, but the rest of the budget resolutions will be, signed by, just by the chairman. Yeah, Ross won't have to sign this since they were not.
The comments.
I have one real quick.
Mr. Lyons, I have a,
No,
Mr. Lyons,
go ahead.
Chairman Lyons, I have a comment to make if I may. I was approached today by a couple of people that's in the service area, and they have some concerns about being open at this time. So I'm just going to ask the other commissioners, if anybody approaches you, if you would let the mayor be aware of that. This has to do with some beauticians and barbers. You know, they cannot stay 6 feet away from people. So they have some concerns about it. I didn't tell the mayor about it, but I'm asking the other commissioners, if you get this information, bring it to the mayor, then we can maybe contact whoever else and make a decision about those people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to bring something up everybody real quick. What we have set up here for these Zoom meetings is really not the way this is supposed to be run, okay? We kind of throw together speakers, mics, cameras, stuff we have. I don't know how long this is going to keep going. I'm not asking for any money, but I just want you all to know one thing. I would like to have permission from you to see what you think about checking into a higher quality microphone where we can hear better if we have to keep doing this, and a better higher quality zoomable camera, if we can do this, because I don't know if it's gonna keep going on for another month or two, or this is the end, or we're gonna do this for 6 or 8 more months. But what we've got is working, but we can all tell it's not working the best. Now, one other thing, we have a 2 gig internet connection in the finance department. It's supplied by the school system. Isaiah knows about it, stuff that we put in years ago, direct fiber. I think there is a technician that works for the courthouse. I would like you all to, if I can, get permission to get a hold of Anthony and see if we can get a line from the finance department moved in here to hook this up. Because I think we can get rid of some of the drag and better quality sound to you all. But I'm not asking any money. I'd like to, if you can just let me work with some of these people real quick and see what it will cost us. But already looking, if we do get a camera and a mic, if you all will approve it to go forward to back for the courthouse, I think we're gonna be around the $2,000 to $3,000 mark. But it may be a little more, maybe a little bit less, but I'd like to have permission to look at this because I don't know how long this is gonna keep going on. But when we have these meetings, I think it's fair that everybody can hear and everybody can see and know what they're voting on. And right now, there's sometimes too much confusion. So I'd like, if you can we need to work with the mayor and Anthony Lawrence and get a line back here and see about getting a mic and a different camera.
I think I'll just speak for anything you can do to enhance Zoom, I think you need to go ahead and do it. We'll do a motion. As I was saying to Commissioner Bailey, anything we can do, that he can do to enhance our ability to do these Zoom meetings, I would strongly urge us to make a motion to do that. Because it is not going away. We got August coming up. And another thing that I wanted to say, and of course this fits into this discussion as well. If we're doing Zoom with full commission and another chair, example, law enforcement or whatever, wants to do in person, then another chair may want to do Zoom. I guess what I'm saying is I think we need to have some consistency as to how we're approaching these meetings. And I know it's up to the chair. I've already been advised the job. It's up to the chair as to how you want to have your meeting. But anyone who looks at these numbers that are going up daily in Carter County, from 120 yesterday to 144 today, that's not going away. So we need to be proactive rather than reactive. And I know the people in this room that I'm talking to right now do not like and do not want to do Zoom meetings. Ray Lyons does not like to go through this either. And I know it hasn't been great. I know it hasn't been on target. I know it hasn't been on point. So anything we can do to improve it, we need to give Gary the authority to do that. Because I'll just tell you this, I'm going to err on safety rather than taking a chance for the numbers to go up and then me feel sorry for it when someone in this group, God forbid, in this group has a problem and we did something stupid or I did something stupid to contribute to that. So I'll entertain a motion for Gary to move forward.
Chairman, I'll make that motion.
Second, Aaron Frazier.
Aaron Frazier, second the motion. Any discussion on what I've said?
You've done a good
I would
job.
just,
A good
Pardon?
job to this point.
Go ahead.
I would just direct Mr. Bailey to research this. And what do you think? Bring it back to buildings and grounds? That's pretty early in the month.
Yeah, that's fine. However we need to do it, I think just he's offered to help. I think
Chairman Janes needs something else on the agenda in that. I'm sure he's thrilled.
Gary can do this, he can do it.
we need to help. I'm the first one to say that these 2 meetings that I've seen have not been perfect, but we've given it a good shot. And so, as long as our we got another month, I guess, as chair. And then in September, we make decisions on who's going to be the next chair. So, if that tells you anything,
Yeah, we can't hear you guys anymore.
We can't hear anything.
Speakers went out.
And that's a good reason to give Gary an opportunity to find a better system.
Good timing. Hey, I do have a question maybe for the attorney. Like if we would decide on, say, a budget meeting, whatever, a subcommittee, can you have like a Zoom meeting and hybrid in-person meeting? Is that possible to, have it in person, but also advertise it or promote it virtually?
In my opinion, the whole ability to have the Zoom meeting is so no one is present. I mean, in my opinion, if you were doing it the way it was intended, no one would be in this room. Everyone would be on their own personal devices somewhere else. Now, this isn't a perfect world, and I understand that. And there are other bodies who, with smaller numbers, can socially distance and meet in person and exclude only the public and have it be Zoom accessible by the public only. And that is arguably okay too. But I think we need to stick with a consistent meeting schedule like Chairman Wise was saying. I mean, the ability to do these electronic meetings is to protect the public health and safety. And we can't say it's safe on Monday and not safe on Tuesday or vice versa. I think either it's safe or it's not. So we either need to pick a method and stick with it. In my opinion, we need to pick a method and stick with it. And in a perfect world, no one would be in the same room together anyway.
Okay, thank you.
I think we do. Yeah, call for it. We're voting on giving Commissioner Bailey the authority to move forward and enhance Zoom capability. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, chair. Willie Campbell,
Yes.
Mark Blevins,
Yes.
Robert A. Cup,
Aye.
Nancy Brown, Mike Hill,
Aye.
Yes.
Bradley Johnson,
Yes.
Mark Tester,
Yes.
Charles Von Cannon,
Certainly.
Isaiah Grandstaff,
Aye.
Jerry Prophet,
Aye.
Austin James,
Aye.
Ross Carlin,
Aye.
Layla Ward,
Aye.
Ginger Holdren,
Aye.
Randall Jenkins,
Aye.
Gary Bailey, Travis Hill,
Aye.
Sandra Culler,
Aye.
Ray Lyons,
Aye.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Robin McCamey,
Aye.
Kelly Collins,
Aye.
and David Miller.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passed. Thank you, Commissioner Bailey. Any other commissioner comments?
Chairman Lyons, I would like to say thank you to Amanda Scoff sitting up there in front of you guys for helping us starting last week with the budget packets, making all the copies, helping me navigate everything to get you guys what you needed for this meeting. Kind of short notice that we fell into that, but she has really helped us out, and she did send the email packets out, and I just want to tell her thank you.
Yes, thank you, Amanda. We do appreciate it.
Thank you, Amanda.
Ray, I'd like to make a comment about it. I'd like to encourage everyone to protect the old people. And those of us that are at risk that have had lung cancer and have problems already breathing. Get serious, folks. I think this group is probably serious, but there's hundreds out there that I see every day that are not serious. In 1918, somebody said, when will this thing be over? In 1918, it took almost 2 years. And that was it, the Spanish flu, not near as contagious as Dr. Ikefe, as this virus we have now. 674,000 people died, Americans, in that particular epidemic. 50 million people worldwide, they estimate. Here we are. If we had a vaccine tomorrow, 50% of the people that are polled say they will not take a shot. So when is it going to be over? When those people, when everybody takes a shot, or the old people die. It'll burn itself out, maybe. Dr. Acuff, you need to come in on that. You're the expert.
Well, I don't know that I'm the expert, but certainly let's all do the best we can to continue to socially distance, as well as wear masks when we can't. And hopefully there'll be a vaccine soon. There's a huge clinical trial that starts this week, and we'll see how that progresses. Would like to also really support what Attorney Hardin says. We need to continue doing Zoom meetings, and we need to be consistent in doing those. I would encourage all our fellow chairs to adhere to Zoom meetings. Let's don't get in a room and choose and pick which meetings we're going to do. It's very inconsistent, and it sends a wrong message to our constituents. So I agree with you, Commissioner Von Cannon.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Lyons, I'll announce now, landfill will be Zoom.
All right, thank you.
David Miller.
Yes.
Like job, like meeting.
Run that by me again there, Chairman.
Anyhow, it's been good working with you.
Thank you. Stand adjourned. Thank you.
Ray, did they give you any indication how long it'd be before your test results?
On me,
When?
the one I had.
Three.
It took 6 days.